Gwynsi Shilla Katcha, which in Kata Gehti Dija, say the Lord's Prayer, Shiginjikyu. No hiti jejit na kwaljik nuri shri juju denu no hek agwadet ni jujit ni inji jejit quick it nankaka kutukonji drinjit no he nanchi drindo lakutanasha no shi no hat kwandu no hat uang kachini nits aina kwandu no hat angedin goods at uang kachidili guk ndai goods at no hutinu esho gokat units anili guk agwadet I ha kwanted shika koshi genjit. Amen. Hi, Joe.
I'd like to thank Karen Mitchell for
Karen Mitchell, Kanalakavik. Mini Taktamna Health and Social Services. Got Tabra Katemehurita Kanoka Tamna Mani no Naptingni Ikakaklugo Tamna Kanoka Puvlaluk Maninman Kanoka Habang Bata Miklib Lulu Go Havagurut. Kanok taina miklimerung Inuit havang mata kanok hakuta kanya lu kanok leka tutkik kanya luit kanok habag niak tambra. Kanoka tabra havang mata kanok tabra tutkikkarnea loagaita piffaarlugita havaktit paarlugita inuittaqa pipkarlugita havaktillugit kanok tutkikkarneagaitaina kanok Inuit tabra inaurni humilika kanok leka tabra tutkikarnerluid inu hingita nagaluni munarlugitap kot annertot kanok leka tabra inaurni humilika tabra ikakakluno naptingni tabra munarlugit up kot inuit 2023 me tap kot tak aulaktit tak kanok Pukot habang niakalaktit habak parakalaktit kanok isok kinyaklugit kanok habang niaktot
The referral program is also available to GNWT employees and offers up to $2,000 for the successful recruitment of nurse practitioners.
Tabra havak nurse practitioner miktay hugay tap kod ikayaktit nurse irenun. Tap but nurse you will walk to aglan practical nurse you taina nika at sarugay tap god nurse you at habaktit 2022 mi tabra ukat kanok pipkarnearluit tai malerutalion malingnearluit tabra havagnearugaluartut January 24 mi tap ko tabra havaktut ilokay
family positions.
Tasva asin inuklivaktutab kunani 2023 mi. Tasvung aglan September 23 mon. Tasva asin savaktik sadik savaktik liolakludik asin nutanik savaktik saminik savaktik saak saminik sanayakludik asin kangmo asin. Tap kot aglaktad takunakayuk nutanik savaktik saumik atuak sangat. Tasva alin asin inuklibluni asin tamna savangningat savakvillani aglan taimani iniqsigama ilisaqaping mini Aurora College mi aglan talvona 16 Inuit sumilakha savannak Samayut Health and Social Services nilo ilisaqnaqlutik tamat kumuna munaqsinarmik munaqsiunarmik taapkuat asin maritsilaqhiyunik ilisaqlutik taapkunani ilisautigip lugu Aurora College mi taspas sitamat asin savannaqlutik maani Northwest Territories mi aglan taspas savautigip kivut sivunmon kangma taapkununa ilisaaqsanun Inuit saavit saaqtuat itqagiblutigit tamatjumuna ilisarningum tungaagun taapkununga asin taapkunangalu Health and Social Services nun teemanna ilisaaqtuat qaunagiblugit taamna asin ilaani inuinnaqluunnin oqaqatigiblugu aglan teemannaptauq Aurora College taapkuat Inuit savaktik ilisaquktuanik takunnaktillutik qaitqublugit ilisarnium tungaagun pisaarin piyuminaqsiyuksat aasin tasvattauq taapkuat oqaqatigikklugit sulleqqaa atamatkuat ilisaaksat oqausariblugit inungnun angmaqtaqlugit tasva aasin tamanna oqausariyaat taapkunanga Health and Social Services savaaksatigun ilisaaksanun savaqatigiillakpata taapkunani taapkuat aasin savaaksaqsanniaman iluatun aulapkaq autiksaa ilqagiplugu sannaayaqlugulu taasvani taapkuat ilisaqsimayut qangma napsuuyaqaangan tamanna teemanna aasin inuklit teeman naptaaq Inuvialuktut savaaniktuat ikayortiksaumata tasva taamna ukpingigiyaqa taamna maliklugu teemanna taapkuat savaaksat piyumipagit angmaq niaqtuaq ukperiatka taapkuat quyanaini IT-amin oqaqti quyanaini taapkuat government taapkuat sannaayaqtait iqalliqivik taapkuat revital
From the 1950s to the 1990s, production
750,000 tapkot kanok havaktut ekalliqirit kanok time na habang matatabra akitsupelaktok kanok tapkot habang neaktot kanok tam na ekalliqirit tabra habang mata tabra time na hapeknya pelaktok hapeknya kepelakaloaktok kanok lekap pinyaktut habang niaktut tabra tapkot kalung nika havaktut tapkot fisheries plant niktai huga tam na iglu kanok havaguro taina kalliqidit taina kanok lekatautuktuaqaluarit ka tapkot kanok habang mata munaribilugit taina kanok habang niak mata tapkununak haqqihaurakun munaribilugit tapkot havaktua taina kanok 2023 mi tabra tabra hapernakun tabra havak powerligit tapkot ekalliqirit taina habang niaqtuding tabra huli havaktut taina kanorleka hapernaqaloqtok pat ilan ni hapernaqaloqtok aglan havaktut huli tapkot pilyor kaloqtut yalanai pabamik kalung niaq luting mani tamna habag kaloaqa tamna taina hinika qalliqirot iglu niaq havaktinniaqlugi taina plant niktai huga tamna iglorpakpakka qanoqqa havaguro taina qanoqleqa tabra ikayorniaqlugi tapkot qalliqirot tabra quyanaqpaaraq quyagilikkitka inuit habangniaqtuat taina quyanaq Minister for Finance tabra maningnik nayoqti hukot tabra 23% tun hamma qanoq tapkot ikayornaqqirit tapkot ikayornaqqirit havangniaqtuat qanoqleqa tapko havaktot munaqinaqqigaloaqtut health services niktai huga tamna qanoqqa munaqilugit havaktuat ikaqqaarlugununaptingni qanoqleqa iliaqarniaqtuat taina qanoqleqa havaktinniaqlugit inuit tabra qanoqleqaap tabra ilihaqtinniaqulloa aita inuit training niktai hugait ilihaqtinniaqlugit inuit tabra havangniaqtuat maani nunaptingni qanoqleqaan tutqikkaqarniaqlugit tabra havagvingit naagalunin havaktuat taina tapkot inuit havaktuat qanoqleqa munaqiniarlugit uhimaataina timingit nakuuniartuat qiyanaq.
This new policy
Tapkuat maligalet, tapkunanga toqaaqtisimayoqtut qiksartaq angiat qiyanun savaaqsanun Inuit ilisaqtuat maliqqayaat oqaqti 2021 tapkuat savaaqayarput tavaasin tapkunanga savaqtinun maligaksaat sannaayaaksarput policies tamatkuatut qikssammaqiqsilugit tapkuat isumaaluk pata savautiksaat ilitsuqipkaqquplugu savaaksartamanna savaaqiaqtik isumaaluktuat munariaksaqimmattuktaa tapkuat savaktit sumiliqaa tapkunani savaaksatigun tapkunuuna ittuksaummata ikayoqtaulutiklu savaqtuanun nunaptingni ilaata pataamna maliqqayaksauvialuktoq tapkununga isumaaluutiqartuanun qanoqtun ikayuutiksaq taapka aasin savakvillaani aasin maliqqayaksangat yaagumikluunniin naagaluunniin isumaaluutitik tutqiksarniarpatigik quyanainni maniliqi Range Lakeman ona kivgaqtuiye oqaqti taamna nunakput taamna oqaria taapkunuuna tutqiumanikkun taamna takuup quplugu tutsaat quplugu taamna taiva oqaqta taamna kiaanakuugivaung aqpautit quplugu tigumiartarput taappununga aassiin kamidimut saajaksangat in oqaqtit kidut Frame Lakeman Frame Lake oqaqtinga
Pharmacist scope of practice. I need to finish this, you guys. The member for Yellowknife Center beat me to it during oral questions yesterday, but I certainly don't mind joining the chorus because I have also been here.
Tuhagiga tabrataamna qanuqa taapkuat munaqrit havaktuanik naagalunin qanuqliqa munaqilugit taapkuat Inuit humiliqa qanuqa primary care miktaihugai taapkuat munaqinaqqigai taapkuat Inuit havaktuat taapkuat tauqa marahinika aitsuihurat pharmacy niktaihugai qanuq qanuqtabra qanuqtaapkuat tabra munaqinaqqigalaartu taapkuat marahinik havagurat pharmacist taina tabra taihugai taapkuat qanuqtaapkuat havagniarturuaqa taapkuat tauchikun pharmacist niktaihugaa taipkuat munaqirota Inuit qanuq inyungnik qanuq inyuniartuanik health social services Nikla tai huga time na tauchikun tabra tauchimung na kalawa kay tap ko Inuit habaktot kuyanak. Great slave. Kuyanak. Ryland Johnson taina habak fagugalok tok mani MLA kanok taina tabra manit kalok tok habagurok na iglok bakandi. Kanok tap got habak parak tot 3,500 people. 3,500 Inuit tabra kanok nakoki nakalawak to nakoki nakalawak to kaglan inya ni hapirnyak to kanok tam na tay na inulo ni kuyanak. Tuni day wali day mi. Kuyanak. Tam na ikpakya ka ukhay ka pifal lang niya. Tap ko tanong itchot ka ba malgita tabra habang nakirita kanok ikayo ko nakluit Inuit maani nunapting ni. Kanok tap ko habak housing ni tabra iglunik munakshiro tabra tap ko tanong itchot ka ba malgita munakinakigay tap ko tabra nuchukalwakay tap ko habaguro tay na Uhiyuma tap ko indigenous government kanok munakiniak kay tap ko iglunik habagurot tay na nun nakigalwak to tap kununa.
Savaktekik tusane tap kununga siwonyok tapting nun. Tap kualo savaksat igluksanen. Eman siviti yumek 14 years mek. Tap kuat apakoti vaktat katemani. Teman asin iloatut takunakilugo isamaliotat savaktaokpan. Inuvium okaktinga okakti savaksat governmentin isumalugia teva ilane sapaksak nakivaktuak savaktik sayaqlangan agen maani nunapting ni aglan ingattavik savaktik sayaqlutik tap kuat inuiqtat qanoqtun tamatkuat utaqtiniaqpatik savaktik sayannun savakvillaat ilani manik saqtamanna inusiyuidman inuksait utimun qangma sapernaqqiviuaq inuusaqput tap kuat tamatkuat inuittuat savakvillaat qanoq government good tap god Inuit saaqlavat. Ila sumilika Inuit tap god savagvillat. Kanok Inuinniaq pat kanok sivitigimak. Nalugikvut. Kitulika sapernat qianik saval kitap god. Tap kunungak savagvillat savaudik saaqluangat. Iluatun. Tap kunani atangoyaillo. Atangoyaoyuat. Tap god inillaat savagvilla saaqaluangat. Kanok sivunniok pata aulap kaktaksak. Range like me okaktinga. Okakte. Tämängainen imanna pitqusik sivuniptingni tämängainen aulasuuyok. 30 years tämani. Tämänaptauq uyaaq siortit tämangasiuat. Täiviktauq 2026 me inuaqtuksaq. Norman Wilson tasva 2026 miptauq inuaqtuksaq. Taapkuat Inuvialuktun savagvillaat. Tasva sin Mani Chambers nunavudmi. Taapkuat savangaarmata qanuqtun isumaaluutigivitigik iqsinaqimun isumaalungnaqiuaq savaaksaarman. Taapkuat sumiliqaa missingnaqiuat. Aglaan taapkuat iluatun savaudik sangayangat Inuit. Qanuqtun maniliortuksaqayuat Inuit taimanna savaaqaumik taapkunanga. Aglaan taapkuat sapeqsautigivagay savangneq nunallaani qiqimimaani inuuyuat paani savaaqsaillium. Qanuq sivun muktaarutik sangayak utimuungitoq. Tasva taapkuat oil diamonds neqqineqtilu. Taapkuat sivun muutik sangayat. Savaannakti tauyuksat imanna suilitausimaittamek. Taapkuallu savaudik sait sivun muutik sat taapkunani maani nunaptingni. Qangma taapkuat napsuuyarnaqiuat. Taimana aasin sulliqaa maliqutak sait ajoinnasuaqlit aulapkaik pata taapkunanga. Taapkunani nunaliqi uyaqaksiuqtilluunin savaaksaluunin taapkuat isumagigitka kisimi ilipsi taapkuat ilipsi aulaqigupsigit. Qoyanainni oqaqti.
Member statements. Member from Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North qallanniaqtuq. Quyanoq. Hanawin man tapka tapkota qanoq tapkot remediation miktayhuga tapkot pipiarnaq or pihunnaq tamna remediation tabra qanoq havauttaqiniaqaluaqa tapta qanorliqa aglaan tamna maningnik atuqunaq qanoq tapkot qanoq tapkot nunamataani havakta tabra huaqlunik taina ittaivuurut tapkot halummaqqinaqqigaluaq qait giant main tamna qanoq pihukkaluaqaat isagutik hukkaluaqaat tamna gold mine giant mine tamna nunapatago na habaguro tabra agilek power agilibro agiligalwaktuak kanok kanok tabra habang nakalwaktuk tamna giant mine kanok pifaw kalwakat 2018 tapkat inyit habangit kalwaktut tapkat habaguro giant mine mi kanok ikayor nakikalwaka tapkat inyit habaguro tabani anu ukapaw kalwaktunga kuyanak kafarnektuk tabra havak pawra nakikalwaktuk tamna kanorleka iswak nyarluit tapkat kanok tapkat habang 10 years ago 20 years ago hipaliktain na ingilaran tabra kanok habang nakikalwakay tapkat giant mine nakalunin inyit ikayornerluit kanok havailat kuyanak ukot tabra kanok satumi tapkat inyit mga inyit satumi tapra ikakaklu inyit ikayornakikalwak tut pingay tam naptawk kanok ukhororoni kabaguro tam na pinyakirok oil field tam na Canada pihugalwak kangat aglan ublupak umik tinyaktok umik kimerok aglan kanok tam na umingyakat tam na kanok ukhororoni kabagurot tabra tapkot oil field niktay hugait kanok ukakti tam napto giant mine uming man kanok inyit 2022 tapkot malarutalioktit kanok havak kalwaktut kanok leka tut kikarnerluit kanok inyit tapkot habangitchot tamani oil field ni nagaliminin giant mine mi tapkot iliharner kanok leka tapkot kanok tapkot iswak tit ikayornakikalwakay tapkot ikayornakangita tapkot havakto tamani taina kuyanak ukapaw kalwaktuk kuyanak tamna Nortran una kanok ilihaw tinek kangit inyit tabra habang nakamik kanok Nortran tabra kanok patien WT government tap kot kanok ikayok pati tap kot inuit sa tumi kuyanok Mackenzie Delta kalang nekto kuyanok ublupak tamna okot itkagil lang narit ka inuit tabra ikakaklu nunapting ni ukot kanok likatap kot adokto at waklung nik marijuana nik taihuga tam na sigakluk kanok tap kot tabani hak tabang hakruk kai kaming tabra inaranun kai hurut nagatay that tuniyok kai beauting tap tumu tam tumani tap tuminga tam na higak lungnik wak lungnik luni tabra tap kot inuit tabra I'm amni nagaluni inawarni ikakaklu inudapting ni tabra ikayonak igalok ukot inuit tain inunak tot nakuwirokun kukwakan nga tabra inuit tap kot inyong nika taimat donika tabra hapernya kigalok to kinyunak kanok taina pimmata tap kot to tunimat kanok tuni kaimata taina huaklungnik nagaluni
I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. Member from Mackenzie Delta. Member from Mackenzie Delta is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statements. Any nays? Seeing no nays, member, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have taken
kuyanak kanok tap kot tap kot inuit taina habakto
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
mampuimi
Savak sailiortaat oqausiarlarnigaata uvangaptaartaikani inillaamni taimanna ittut taapkuat te savak sailiortaat sapernaqivaktuat ila ilisimayusi taam mikiyuni inillaani igluqatigiit taimanna Inuvialuktun enutaalutik inimiutaiblutik igluillitaum tasva aasin sannaayautigivagaat taamna maniksartuutiksartik government savaktiinun tasva aasin nutaamik manilioritik sainnik qaitsivagaat maleqqajaksaannak suillitaum taimanna ilaani sapernaqtut ikayortiksamingnik suli ilaani pikkaaluktuattauq ila suujaublutikluunin taapkunanga ilamingnin teemanna suujarliuattauq inugiaksivaktuat savaaksailliortuat teeman inuutaaluit aasiin teemanna sapeqsamun aullaqivlutik munaqsiuksaqaluat munaqsinikkun ilaani munaqilerpagai nutaqqatik inmik nutaqqamik nutaqqiangit ila teemannaptauq taapkuat manilliorpagmata teemannaptauq tutqiksaqtuksaqaluaksat maniliortiksangat ikayuutio teemanna ilaani saperneqivaktuaq taapkununga savautiksaŋa inmikut ingertulait kaat maniksautiksatik aglagluguluunni sapeqsaqpaillutik savaktiilliuamik chaklatorit detchomi uqaqti qoyanaini uqaqti taapkuat uqautigillerniarika taapkuat tutqiumanikkun tutqiumatjutiksaitigun inuit taapkunanga ilaani isumaaluutik illuillitaujuat isumaaluktuat teemanga tuaaqtisimayuat ilisarnium residential schools ilaani sapeqsautigilerpagaat nukaqliit nutaqqat teemanna maaninunaptingni suyaaqtuat iteqtaujuat iluangitukkun inuuniaqutilgit teemanna inugiaksivalertuat taapkuat aasiin maani napsuyaqamikku nunaptingni Inuvialuktun teemanna iluangitukkun inuuniaqorsilgit qangma imannaptauq angiatqiatigun maani yalunaif miitkaluaqluni unniin inuk assianimikiat qiani inuuniaqtuat ingattavik ila tasva ukpeqiyaa taapkuat inuit sivullivut suangavialukkaluaqtuat taapkuat aasiin pitqusiptingnit perlamayuat qangma teema aasiin ilitsoriaumma taamna maligaliangat kavamapta malivialulait kikput sapeqsaqpallaaqman teemangaaniin nutaqqat aullartitauvakkaluarmata ingilqaan ilitsoriaujua qangma ilitsorigiput kavamaptingni tasva taapkuat pitqusiptut uteruptiik tasva ikkajautiuvaalangniartua inungnununallaaptingni ilisauktuanullu utimun suangangniartuaq pitqusimingnik ilisaakkipsaarumik qoyanainni uqaqtiit
Thank you, member from the Dechu. Member statements, member from Yellowknife Center.
Yellowknife Center uqallangniartuq Tommy Douglas Tavra qanuq ikkayorniartuat qanuq healthcare system miktaihuga taamna qanuq ikkayuiniartuat taapkuat qanuq ikkayuiniartuat qanuq taapkuat qanuq healthcare niktaihugai munaqliniartuat inyungnik qanuq inyuniartuat qanuqliqaatavra ikayunaqqigaluaqaat taapkuat inyuit 20th Assembly una iglorpak minihitattavra emalaitauq havangnaqqurita qanuq tutqikkaarniarlugit qanuq inyuhingit kanok kanok le katabrei kayo nakigalo kay tinyuitap kot. Okot ikayo nakigalo kay tap kot. Kanok haperanyak galak to kinyu hingit. Kanok ikayo nakigalo kay tap kot. Kanok leka. Kanok leka tabra ikayo nakigalo inyu tabra ikakaklo inyu humilaka kuya nak here of south.
In my region this upcoming week. First of all, neighbors across the river, Ketlodeches, having their annual carnival this weekend. This week we're also welcoming members from throughout the Northwest Territories in Hay River for the annual NWT Association Communities training and annual general meeting. Also this weekend in Hay River is the annual pond hockey tournament, which is put on by a bunch of amazing volunteers in Hay River. And I'm looking forward to being back home and taking part in some of the activities this weekend in Hay River, along with a few of my colleagues, I believe. And wish everybody a safe and enjoyable week and weekend in Hay River. Thank you.
I talk for nothing on the ikumangita. Koya naine, Hay River South. Oblameka, dapat olap kayak such Alaska mutat asi dap ko na nga Anchorage me kaningani dalbatam na ini otik takabigi bagat Inuvialuktun 2000 Inuit olap kayit monak singit angalachiot talvani Inuvialuk kiwat damna ilisaujiak sibun muktaut excitingly olap kay shuktot nunalamine qaqtuaq imanna Inuviasuk peqtoq tapquat ilisaujiot assi Inuvialuktun tusammait Inuviasuk bigiatka ela tusamaya but oqaqtait naalautitigun nunaptingni nutqangangin pata ela oqallauti lakipsi taamna nutqangangittaq taamna qutsingnaqsaattikit kaluaqa aglaan taaqpunungaptauq ikayutauvialuktaq taapquat olapqiini taapquat katimayiyuat katimapkaiyuat taapkunanillukamam tasivunniortainin tasavalu taapquat savaaksat sivunmuktaagut tiginiagait aglaan taapkunanga maqlangnavialuktut quyanaini
The next adventure of these games. Like athletes, the youth ambassadors representatives are going to have a great time being part of the volunteer team at these games. What I've seen in the past, it is a life-changing opportunity for these youth, and what a great event to continue to volunteer. I wish NWT team all the best, and hopefully we bring the Stuart Hutchins Award back home. Thank you. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Hay River South.
Litsurin lang narit ka inuita Georgina Rook tabra pulak tot maunga. Hero religion. Damna Georgina Rook it kagil lang naria. Kuyanak. Tunay day holiday. Brad ingi tabra it kagil lang naria tabra pulak tot maunga. Tap got that bulak tot. Kai kafi mani. Kuyanak kai kafi maunga. Yellowknife Center mina kalang niyak to. Premier tam na kauklik munakri iglok pagpangmi. Tam na kauklik. Kanok tayo na pilyabit, kanok tayo na Inuit tautung naklut tautul labi hiblutin inyong nun kanok humilya ka kaya nak pinyak to Range Lake kaya nak kanok tap kat nunang batani habang niyak to tabra tam tap kat isaguti kugalwag ka tap kat isagutit kugalwag ka tabra habang niyak ukakinarit ka tayo na kaya nak tap kat ukat tayo ko ukakibigi ukaki kap kitay na ukaki kap kitap kat kanak tayo ko parak tap kat tao pihuk kalwarit ka tap kat ukaki kalwarit ka na tap kunimina kaya nak tam na minidak tayo na habal laba kanok kanul laba tap kat uktok na projects nik tayo hugay kanok pinyak patigit kanok habaw tinyak patigit kaya nak tuha hugit katabra kanok laka tap kat kanok laka itaw chikun habang narugalwarit kibuta aglan Mackenzie Valley ni taw chimun taw chimugug galwak to kanok taw chimun katimanyagalwak katimahurut tayo na katimatinga ukakiblugi kanok lika tam natutkikakanaklugi taw chikun kaya nak Minister ITI kaya nak tamna kanok tamna Mars miktai huga taina kanok
Final supplementary, member from Rangeley.
Range Lake kuyanak kakte tapkot mines niktai huga tapkot nunabatani habaktit kanok kanonek pata tapkot halumaronik halumaronik habang nakiritapkot inuit kanoklika huniakpit kuyanak kanok taiku habautarigaluaria kanoklika tutkikarnearluit habak vingit nagalunin inuaravingit kanok kuyanak Minister of Justice huna minitak tamna tapkot 20th Assembly mi tam ublupak abang nek patigit kanok tapkot tam na habak kaluarit ka tam na kanok tapkot daylight savings time nik tapkot ulungit naiklinyakluit daylight saving time tabra kanok habak kaluak habang nakaluak to kaglan pilyait kigawang kuyanak Great Slave kuyanak tabra apirui kama tabra hapirnyakaluak to kanoklika tutkikarneak mata taina habang nek to taina kanok tutkikarneak kangat kanok pilyavat
Yukon tapwat daw angalan namiko ublok siutikon tamanap daw ela tapkwat seven mukta ko saktik sanayamiko aglan sanayamiyat tapkwat news lakiyanip daw tusanak daw tapkunanigo 1-800 Microsoft nilo tapkwat ilitsoib kaivakto tapkwat savaktilan sannayak samak nganam matjong tavyumona uloksiutikko tutkiksaaiksat ilani tapkwat Alberta daw ilauyuksaineit tapkununga ubloksiuti allalikpan tamanna maliqqaniarmagivut aglaan savautiksangat sannaayaqtauvaktoq sivuniptingni taamna tapkununga Yukon miuttaa tutkiksaayuat aglaan savakpaalu paktua taimangaaniin Ministry of Justice Great Slave oqaqtinga qoyanainni taavipun tapkuat oqausarillerniarpatjung tapkuat Tap gone Alberta me kanoktan allangok pa yung ubloksiyodik pot kanokta sibajimak allanga sinak pa tap ko na nga aglan tap ko na tuksak ta tam na just kiksilait kikpot in me kutak tap kot in me kutak sanay gamik in me kon malak kayak saming nek ubloksiyodik kon Oli takun nang ne akputam na aglan terkik sang ne ak put kanok tema Great Slave kaktinga ila kuvenang ne asuya aglan ila tap konona
Mr. Speaker, of how long implementation may occur in maybe months or years, Mr. Speaker. Is that a possibility? Thank you.
Great Slave. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have some reports. I have a briefing note, so we can put together the information from what we have and share it with the member. Thank you.
Justice. Oral questions. Member from Nuvik-Boot Lake. Nuvik-Boot Lake.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Finance. Can the Minister tell me the current number of vacant positions across the GWT?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm able to say that as of December 31st, 2023, we had 517 vacancies across the total GNWT. So that's approximately 8.6 or so of all of the funded positions, which is a total of just over 6,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member from Nuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, and thank you for the response. Mr. Speaker, how does the GNWT monitor and track this trend across government?
Member from Nuvik-Boot Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a variety of different tracking mechanisms that are underway. Every department is responsible to manage all of their internal positions. Finance, through the Human Resources Division, then collects and collates that information. Mr. Speaker, I would commend our annual public service report. It doesn't put vacancies in there, but it does put a fair bit of information that shows the ascension, so the different hiring of employees, retention rates, retirement rates. So it certainly does give a good sense of what some of the movements are, and it does that actually broken down by the different departments. So you can start to see areas where there are some divisions that are seeing higher turnovers versus others. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Member from Nuvik-Boot Lake.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister of Finance for that question. My question is there an annual financial value to these positions that are vacant, and if so, can the Minister give me that number, please?
Thank you, Member from Nuvik-Boot Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have it done by a financial number. Again, certainly if there's, we do track, as I said, that as of December of last year, there was 517. You certainly could go in and take all of those and figure out what each one is worth. What I can say is that late in the end of the last assembly and also the beginning of this one, I certainly have asked the Department of Finance to go and figure out and ensure, rather, that we are looking at positions that have been vacant for a long time. There can be times where an individual may be off with a duty to accommodate, out on education.
Tapgot having a chat, tapgot vacant nickday who get tapgot ping in our having a chat, then beat chat, then having a chat, the kanok, then maning nikato. Nagaloktot aglan. Tap got 517 tamna. Tap got kanok Havangilaktot inarit havangitshot aber kanok vacant niktayugat taina havangit kaluaktot kanokonerpat tapkot kanok tutrikkarnear patigi tapkot inarit pichot inarini pichot inita havangitshot taina kanok tutrikkarnear patigit Ukot tabra ikakaklugut nunapting ditapkot havangitchit ilani tamda tapko office nik tayu gai tapkot
Frame like okaktinga. Just by damna. Tavia ma ministauja. Allalit juta malak kablo tavia ma ministam takumayaka ovvaglak simanigat. Tapkot asin ministered allalit jutagon apaksoyunga. Kaya ini. Tapkot katimayet marichelakayet. Tapkonani marisaknik angratiyani. Tapkot asin malakayak sadik sanayamitung savaktawyat savak samikon malakayait ikayotiksat inungnun nangituanan. Jasba tapkot is savaktilat maunga malakapluit savakvetland tapkot asin ikayoktigint tapkot savaktawyuksat sanayaksemayat tapkonuna laisaksaitigullo kanoktun ilisaktitakslugit ayuaqsablugit tapnaptaaqtut qiumanik maliqqayaksaat savaktillaat ilisautsutigiblugу tapkununga tut qiumanikkun taamna quviagivalukkait saamaya taamana uqarangata tapkot maritsaqiigit qanoqtun taununga ungasit qiaanun Alberta munluunniin qanoqtun savaqatiikpat tapkot imanna itusiqaqtut ilaani maani nunaptingni mikiat qiaagun savaqtiitigut tapkununga ilisimit qiigigit savaqvillaat maritsaqiuat. Excuse me. Tamna August 24 malaqayaksait malaqayaksait savaktiit tapkot 6 months qanoqta tapkot 2 years nik savaktit qaaqailugit malaqayaksait taimanna maritsilaqiyat qangma asin tapkot maliqqavagait savaktillaat katimayingita sivunniortigit quvianavialuktut qangma apeqsuutait saatumi quyannaini.
I mentioned in my member statement, my question today is, excuse me, questions today is the Minister ITI and ECE.
kanok tutkikarner patit tap got norm noels me tap got okri rot okrorat think habagurot kanok tutkikarner patit got kanok New hingit tutkikarner patit tap got Norman Wells me okroranik habagurot Kuyanak ITI minitak tam na kiulang niaktok tap got tutkikarner kangat tap got hibun neo kaluaray tap got Norman Wells me aglan tap got Canada hibu hironim hibu who
Some potential to be had. I can say that right.
hibi hiramik tabar habak got tap kunani okroranik habak got na oil fields nik tai huga tam na kanok habak para ugalak got aglan tabra kanok tabra tutkikarner lui tabra habak kalwak kuyanak mimi taktam kiulabinga kanok dap got government ikayulabigit ikayulabay kanok kuyanak dap got habak taw chikun kanok leka tutkikarner lui ITI kuta uvagut habak kalok tugut kanok leka tutkikarner lui tap got habang ner tain tap kunini okroroni oil field nik tai huga tam na government taw kama habak para ugalok tut habak para alok tut kanok tutkikarner lui tain na tutkikarner lui tain na habak tot kuyanak satu kuyanak kanok uktarnat pinyagalok patit kanok ikayorner patit tain na kuyanak Aurora College tabra tap got kanok leka isok kinyak lui kanok tap got habak tinyak lui tini tabra kanok habak kalwak tut habak kalwak tut tutkikarner lui kanok leka ikayorner lui tabra habak para alwak tut kuyanak kanok tap got kanok tap got ikayok patigi tap got satumi tap got ilihanek tot nagalunin havak tot na kanoka ikayok patigi tam na ukak pingayakpan. Kanok tap got ikayok patigi tinuit tap got havangitchot kanokan iliak tinyak luilak iliak tinyak luitak nagalinuin havak tot na ikayok luit. Kanole ka tabra tauchikun havak kalok tuta ikayok luitini tap tamani oil fill ni havagurot havak kalok tot tap got ikayok luit kiyanak. Mindi takapekruilang niya easy. Kanok kanok ikayok pati tap got akapirot giant mine mi. Akapirot tap kunani katimabing ni kiyanak. Easy ni kiyanak. Tap got havak tot working group niktay hugat kanok lekatabra ikayok luitini tap tamani kanok pati tap got havang tot giant mine mi kanok pati initabra ang mga parung nagalunin tayo na tayo na niyakaat kuyanak. Got working group niktay hugat tam na ikayok tot ikayuinyak tot ingming nu nagalunin inyong ning habangitchat kuyanak tam na working group niktay hugat tam na kanok hibun niyok luting tao nagalunin tao chimun haba tao chikun haba hibun mong niya kanok hibun mong habang niya kuyanak kanok lekatabraw got havak kalok to giant mine mi kanok 2023 tap na kanok got kanok lekat tut kikarnek lui kanok habang nek tot nagalunin habang itchot ichok isagutil na ilihak tinnek lui tabra tayo na inyuit tamani habang itchot giant mine mi kanok ilihak tinnek lui kanok leka alanik habang lahibluit kuyanak tabra ikayu humurut tayo na kanok nekpat inyuit kanok nekpat tap got kanok ikayok nekpat tap got habang nektot Education, Culture and Employment. Koyanak. Hukwata kanorleka tabra ihak tinyak luis kanorleka angirok tamna kanok ihak neak to tabra. Hukwata tabra pillarut ihak neak ihak to no tabra pillarut to taglan. Hukwat
We are
Oqawsariavuttarna Ataramik Ilisaaksait Inuit. Tasva Ningulaq Taviuma. Aqayanaini. Oqaqtutin Wattiaq Atamoyaq. Tapquat SNAP programmi. Tapquat Savaqatigit Lasivagit. Tapiumunga Ilisaaksamun Sutigut Ilisaqpattaavimani. Savaqatigit Lasivat. Minister, Education, Culture and Employment. Nagai. Taimani 19th Assembly Damna. Ilisaqta SNAP program. Ila Angigliok. Okione ak Tugliak Taklu. Tapquat Savaktit. Asin Ilisaqtak Semingnik. Ilisaqtamingnik. Sivun Muktakludik. Asin Ikayutik Satik. Ililugit. Tasva Anglium Makpaktak Taimana Ilisautsigamik. Savakatigil Lasiblugit. Tapquat Asin. Tapkununga Asin. Government kunun. Ay painulu ikayaktigilaklutik. Tasva Okakatigilagамик Taimana. Taimana Okakatigillasiblutik avan musabak sa tigon sivun motik sa tigon Inuit nunaptingni. Tasva tapquat Taimana sabakatigikkumik piyuminaktok Taimana. Koyanaini Apaqsuit Tuna Jamie Koyanaini Savakti Tapquat Sivun Neurotic Site Tapquat Ilaoyok Iglulakayani Manileo lang mata 2024 mi Sutnik Isumaleotic Sak Patapquat Manik Duda Nungukpan Housing Ministerngat Koyanaini Tavion Apaqsaqavat Koyanaini Tasva Ilumoktok Tapquat 1997 mi Tavion $21 million Damna Tapquat Northwest Terrace Tourist Public Houses Maling Malikluid Inakyam Tabung Asin 2037 Mon Aulapka Yuksak Tapquat Asin Okakatigivagait Sivun Moti Blugu Savakati Kludik Simulaka Okausa Blugulu Sujudik Side Inuit Nunalangin Davibung 2027-28 Monaglan Taman Tawak Simayok Dam Savak Vixat Aglan Davibun a bilateral agreement Angiglila Rota Davima Okaudik Sangat Hoyanaini Okakti Dam the Sivun Moti Lavong Tapquat Ilane Atauchimos Sapangdaman Inuvialuktun Aldanun Tangong Itanun Tam the Aula judik sa sivawana kivagman. Housing and Abatimi. Koya nine ila tap quad manin napting ni. Inuin nangnulo. Allanulo. Damna sabakati simayot kangma. Ukaw tigiblo tamanna iglu ilitaw yuat. Iglu ilitaw yuanon. Kanok tulusibon mo exciting. Tadi asin tap ko lumaligaliangit kabamapting ni ukaw sa blogo. Kangiksip kaklugit Inuit. Tadi asin tap ko angalichiyo tayman na nunalapting ni tayman na ukak talang mata. Tap ko asin manigo kabamaput sumulika sibon mo tao ni akto tayman na inmikut tao sa baksa kamik tayman na ikayotik sa tigon. Tap ko nga asin o kakatigik doat iman na sa wakatigik doalo iluman sibon mo tigibang matigik nunalapting ni. Tunide walade ay pangani iglulakit tabi mo na okak doat. Tap ko na 510 units igluit na paktuksat. Tuskiksak sa tigon. Minister Housing and Abatimi. Kuya na ini. Housing and Abatimi. Tap ko at multi-year ang iyak manakpak. 500,000 units na tuskiksak. Tap ko nga igluliok tuanulo. Nutanulo sa waksat tamna tema asin inakpang ni manilo yellow knife me iglok palik sait nagadun 100 units tasbabtaw sa wagtaw mata kaya na ini okakte tasbachuna dewa deme ay pangani sa wakatit ka teman okak doon tap ko na igluk pag ni tuskiksak sa tiyon ila tuskilmat jutik sa tiyon Inuit isumaliokapta kaya na niya okakte mani nunapting ni iglulakay ni tap ko at tuskiksak sa teman naptak tuskiksak si mayuda maligakset sanayak samat 2,900 ngok iglut napaktok si mayud mani nunapting ni tap ko at asin tako magibot kitulaka sumilaka sa baksat nalurayak nunapting ni sabak dinin aglan tas baptak iluaton aulat kublugi tap ko at iglut inuina yoktay tay maasin taman anyang na ito akon malik kablugo sabak dilane sumilaka malik kayak sanayak si maplugo kaya na nukakte over August 8, 2023 me tap ko at kawamat mani tabi mo na maniktigon ikayo titigon GNWT ikayo diksat naluyayang magitap ko na nga kanok doon manikto date ikayo diksak tika inong nun suwili daw yun nutakay nun Health and Social, Education, Culture and Employment. Kuya na ini. Tamna apek so tigiya agas me. Tasbani manikdaw di wagat Income Services. Tap ko ni 20th Assembly me. Aglan atungit kikputam ni suli. Kuya na ini. Mong fi o kaktinga ini savakte kanok ekkayu tauniaqpat Inuit pikkarluktuanan tuup taapkunanga income assistance nan education cultural employment ini isiani taswa taapkuat nalunaaqsimayut taapkunani aglaqsimayut kituutilangit pikkarluktuat ikayortiksat taapkunanga taswa naluna patjung taapkunanga aglaqtillugit taswa taima education culture and employment ini uqaqti taapkunanga ilaani uuktortuanun qingiyauyuannut qanoq utimun uuktupsaallavat ini taapkuat qingiyauyuat taapkunanga aasiin navigated kunnun oqausipsaangat malerutiksaitigun apeqsuutiksaitikun ikayuuttauiksaanik utipsaartuksat ilaane qineqlugit ila oqa taaviuma client navigative ikayorlugu taamna inukpaqatsikpan teemanna isumaaluutaagun ikayuutaullayoq momfi uqaqti ini qanoq taamna takuuq lavau qanoqtun taapkuat isumaaluutigiyait ikayullavagit inerneqit taamna
that I don't know about in my role.
Ilangit nalugit ka qanoq havaqtuat qanoq taamna qanoq Inuit tabra qanoq pingitsuat qanoq pingit taapkuat Inuit ikayoq titsukkaluartuat ilingnik aigulaan ilaatni pilaatkai taapkuat ingirruartuat quyanaq Ministry of Health taamna apeqsuilangniariga qanoq ikayullavat taapkuat taapkunanik qanoq inniuniaq mata innaarani qanoq taapkuat health centernik taapra igluiranik qanoqliqaatavra ikayuihuuruta ikayoruniaruugai taapkuat qanoq
Apartments in some communities.
No, I'm going to keep going.
Okay.
Community.
Kuat qanoqliqaatavra ikayuiniaruugaluartu taglaan ilaatni taapkuat qanoq taapkuat qoleallavita ingirruullavita qanoq humi taapkuat ukuat qanoq Inuit tabra ikayorniarlugi taapkuat qanoqliqa ikayullavitaina inyungnik inyungnik piniartuat qanoq inniuniartuat quyanaq tabra qanoqliqaatavra ikayorniaruugai taapkut ta kanorleka inuit mani inkaqaqlugu nunapting ni kayornearuga inuit tabra hapernak kanok inuhingit hapernak kimmata tabra ikayornearuga humiliqa qinak Young Life Center. Qinak Ugat kanok ugat tabra kanok ikayorneaqpati tapkot malerutaliunik kanok $700 tapkot aperruiñiqut tapkot kanok kanok pingairniaq patigi tapkot kanok inyungnun maani pingairniaq pingairqut ugot tabra kanok maningnik hatungit kaluaqluting aglan tapkot kanok tamna extended health benefit nik taihugat kanok inyuneaq tota taina anneaq tot na kanok ikayorneaqaluaqait qonak kanok piñaqpata piñaq peerneaqpatigitapkot extended health benefit nik taihugaita kanok ikayorneaq slugitapkot anneaqtot qanoqneaqpatigit ugot tamna kanok havautarihugaitapkot kanok extended health benefits tapkot kanok ikayu
Young Life Center. Qoyanayni. Taabi ma utimon qawtikinga aklaan alla apaqsun. Tamanas atigi tuduritut. Taamna imaliortuduritut. Aglaan qanoqtun. Taamna ikayutaulayunun taapkununga akilitsiuk sagaqaluat. Kina akiliusiaungitpa taamatsimuna ikayutaulayukkun. Uqaqti taaviumuna quliaqtapkin piyaingitugut. Taaviumanikkisian sivun muktaautigissinnaqtaa tasvunu kina taamna attorniarmangaan tasvatualuk taamna tusqiksaqtaqput qangma aglaan taapkuat napsuiaqtaa tamanna taimanna maniktigut kisian sapeqsangittuat taaviumuuna kisian inuuniaqutiinni tasva taaviumuuna tasva taamna ikayuutigiaqput taimanna ilitsuayauplugu taapkuat mariseqtuqtuannun naagaluunin maniliuqutaa imanna angineqpan taapkuat maninnaktuutaallu takublugu tasva aasin 4% maliqutaksaa tasva tualuksannayaqtaqput taimanna ilisimayaqput taapkuat Inuvialuktun ilagini suli aimaviot aglan ila taapkuat ilisaqmata nangitjutiingit ka taapkuat ilagit aglan taapkuat kiigusaqiyuksat taapkuat allaliksimaitut suli ittut qoyanaini oqaqti Yaqunaf Sanjamin aqale kiuttutassivitungajaqtaaviuma oqaqti uva taapkuat health benefits tikun apeqsuun animman imanniittoq ilaani taavimuna oqaqsimayut ilaani sooq inoqsimavakpa taapkunani social develop taapkunanga aasiin savaaqsam maniliorutaitikun oqaqsimangiluni taamna policy taavimuna nutqaqtilatkiga September 1st mi aulapqaqtarput taima taapkuat Inuit sapeqsaqtitaummata ilaani taamna maligaliaksangat maliktaksangat oqaqatigiillayut inungnu taapkununga ikajaqtinun rangeleg mi apaqsuutit na uyaaksiorneq talvaptauq sa ikayuutaullayoq taapkununga savaq utaqtipsaaqpan qanuqtun isumaliorutivattung kavamapta aglaan taapkununga taimaatsitigun ikayuutaumman oqaqtapkun infrastructure atonguya qoyanaini oqaqti taapkuat taam oqausaqiya taapkunnuuna steering committee angalataat taaviununga ASEAN government indigenous government imaqtigullu iliseqstillugit imamluqano ittusia nunallaani napsuyaqqaarailugu tasva taamna aglaan sivunniorutipsaaq uqausaripsaaq taksaqaluangat tasva March mi tasva ASEAN aulapqaq taksaqsuli taamna savaaqsaat taamna sivunmuullayo infrastructure Range Lakeman qoyanaini taaviumaquliallavaung taapkuat Standing Committee taapkuat qanuqtun sannaajarmangaata taapkunuuna qoyanaini taapkuat Standing Committee kunnun qoyanaini oqarvigiaqtorniaatka taapkuat sannaajarpata una sannaaqpan qoyanaini taapkuat salumayoakkun silaptigun nakuuyoq sunapta ASEAN nuclear taamna issamaliorutiingitkaat maaninunaptingni 20 allat qeet taapkunani ittut ila tasvasivuniptingni taapkuat ASEAN ilitoriumko taamnaptauq napsuyallagaat ilisautigulugu ano na lapting nilo inuinate it kalilonit sabagbini. Kaya na ini. Sabagtak sa tao anit kaya sumilaka nunapting na Saskatchewan milone tapkwad asin munaksiwat ilisak taktik maungalonin aulap kalagat. Okay.
Report back. I can say
Ukot tabra kanuka habag kalokat kanok lika tabra tapkot kanyakaloakay tapkot kanok habang mata taon ni ataba ni arug kanok tapkot hongurok ni ka kanok hongurok ni ka tapkot aulatirot kanok pata kanok aulapkak tit patim taina kanok kuyanak Minister ECE uka kanok uka tabra kanok ECE picture lang niya tapkot tabra ukakilgit ka Northern Basket Measure mika tabra kanok nek pat kanok kayo nek pati tapkot nitakalit tapkot kanok ikayo nek pati tabra tamna ibaklir niya tamna kanok kanok isa kabang niyak to atay na kuyanak ni pinyak to na kuyanak Sunday will day kuyanak apekroy lang na housing minitak inclunik munakri huniak patapkot kanok huniak pagitapkot inuit adoktot iglunik kanok nek patit atuganik piakaktot nagalunin kanok pifar nek patit kuyanak 300 ton hama tapkot igilut tapkot kuyanak Sunday will day kuyanak even tabra 20th century tabra havak kalwaktok aglan ila ni hapakjartaktok kuyanak kuyanak tabra housing in WT tabra tapkot iglunik tabra tapkot iglunik munakrit hurot tabra habaut tarinya rikput tapkot kanonglika itwakinya luit NWT tabra 100 tunhamma habaktut taina ikayornak luit inuit atoktot nagalunin itat house igiluni tapkot tak inuit inya tot 50 tunhamma itot tapkot kanok ikayorna ugalaga itapkot inuit itot igiluni tunde walde kuyanak taiko minitak 20 assembly tabna tapkot pipernak Nerluit tapkot kanok habang mata ukot ubani iglok pakpangmi habang nerata taina tutkikar nerluit kanok leka kanok habaw taraner patig kanok igluni itot tamna ukot NWT housing ukot tabra aglanik pinyaktut kanok ingerui nyaktut kanok leka habang nerluit tapkot kanok inuit inura taina igluni kanok ikayornerluit tapkot iglukaktot kanok ikayornerluit titkikarnerluit tabra iglungit kuyanak kanok tapkot ing kawamaligit tanngungit shot kanok tautikun habalabihi kanok tutkikarnerluit tapkot inuit igluni itot kanok ikayornerluit tapkot inuit itot igluni kuyanak tautung neriga tamna kamiluger neriga kuyanak Range Lake min kuyanak 2019-2020 tapkot kanok tapkot habaktot kanok
insurance, other ancillary supports like IT hardware and maintenance, office space, etc.
Tap ko nga manilikiyon ng uva apiksotiya. Kanokton akitu tila nga tam na ajik pat. Tap ko nga savak sanon. Tam na savak sat 2019 min hapsit tap kan savak bilad inwektat. kang mo aglan 2023 mon kapsidala pek payong tap kunang asin kanok tun ang itilanga manik utilaba tap kwata kumakit 5 mi asin tam na sabaksat utaktit pati kanok tun ilichoniak patap kunang sabang ilitaw yon in temani tap kunang okaw sa kayo mayaga katitat Inuit that's about 909 atitik kaitait tap kunang tap kunang lo kakataw itigot kaitat mangala end of achievement 276 asin aglaktat atitik kaisid naklugit aglaklugit tap got asin ukakto diman na Legislative Assembly go Premier lo tap got diman na sapek sakto digon sapek sautigi ya tap got sabak tilani tas betak kunona isumaluk tua digon iloaton sabak tingitat tap kunalo kanokton Inuvialuktun sak mikon tap kunanga asin tai kunga iloaton inu saktik peklayoan non anguyak tini nunangan non iloang itumek inu sakang matatap kuat teman na isiani tamna owa kaichukit ka annual report o Inuvialuktun ilkilitigod o kausaktuatigon owa kaitaksiyait aglani sannayaktani koyana inni tap got taw kaichukit ogwat tavikuna manik taw tiksamikon lodrit tigon tamnap taw kaitaksiya table sannayaktat aglat kapsit okaknakpat Yellowknife North me tamna taw Thursday me February 29 over
that notwithstanding Rule 2.1, when this House adjourns on Thursday, February 29th, 2024, it shall be adjourned until Thursday, May 23rd, 2024. And further, that any time prior to May 23rd, 2024, if the Speaker is satisfied after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice and shall transact its business as it has been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Notice of motions. Notice of motions, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, February 29th, 2024, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Yellowknife North, that this Legislative Assembly condemn all acts of anti-Semitism and anti-Palestinian racism in our territory, and further, that this Legislative Assembly calls upon the Premier to write a letter to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Minister of Foreign Affairs Melanie Joly, and Permanent Representative of Canada to the United Nations, Bob Rae, that will call upon the Canadian government to call for an immediate and effective ceasefire and halt to violence by both Israel and Hamas, advocate for the immediate release of all hostages, advocate for and provide funds for unhindered access for humanitarian aid for all those in need in Gaza, and take all actions necessary to fully uphold its obligations under the Genocide Convention. And furthermore, that the Northwest Territories Member of Parliament, Michael McLeod, receive a copy of this letter, and furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Notice of motions. Notice of motions. 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 Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Notices of motions for first reading of bills. First reading of bills. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you.
Cleanup. Una carbon tax nick day who get that got ugly farna government taxes. Bill 3. That got tuglinik ukaranerat. Bill 5. Canada 2023-24 damn hibun limika dayonerat. Bill 5 damna Pinyalignyarat 23-24 damna Duglimika Daiguarnerat. Clean up.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna work on right there.
Nakuaranait damna Newtak.
Minister Statement 17-20 brackets 1. Minister Statement 24-20 brackets 1. Table documents 29-20 brackets 1 with the member from Tunaday Welladay in the chair. Before we go, by the authority given to me as Speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling the committee.
That got clean up. Table docket 29. Kuyanak. Malerot talioktit nakuare narat. Time lang niaktugut 20 minutes.
Okay, so this first starts from here, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and please, I was going to say, Sergeant. Okay, thank you. We're all ready to go. We get quorum. Order. Mr. Hopkins. Order. I'm learning from her. Former. Okay, thank you. I now call the committee of the whole to order. Before proceeding begins today, I will ask that everybody please make an effort to slow down when speaking for the benefit of our interpreters. Committee has agreed to resume consideration of table documents 29-20, brackets 1, supplementary estimates, operations and expenditure, number 4, 2023-2024. Would the minister like to bring witnesses into the chambers? Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness in. Oh, sorry. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms.
Tapkot ikayoktit isiktinniarit. Tabra tap minitam pinyaktok. Minitaka taina. Deputy Minister Bill McKay. Karen Kute. Tapok ikayoktin giniarit ka. Tapkot okarin lang narit ka tapkot or okarin tapkot number supplementary nikday who got them supplementary for tapkot okarin right. Kuyanak. Water munakrit kanuka imarnik munakrit water surveillance nikday hugat kanuk tapkot hilak puta alang baramat muna ukal lang narit ka. Humika tabra apekropit tapkot kanuk imak puta okarinek kangat. Kuyanak tapkot haklug wa imakput haklukaktok wastewater nikday hugat kanuk tutkikarnek patigit kanuk Tap got tutkikarne right tap got wastewater nika taina kanok about tarinerat kanok uhima tap got tap imarnika nagakliu imarmik imar imartavra nagakliu havakalok tukinak tap got malruka havak inyukakpat kuyanak it inyukaktuk
Silaktigon kang maallaliyuatkon sannaimava sannaimayoktasva una uasnik oqaqtoq sannaimayok taapkonanga ikayoqatigikapta ikayoqtimullu taapkuat oqausingit sannaaq simayut taika oqaqtiksait tusarnaaluarniarpat uoptingnun taamna qoyanaine atlaan ulittaqtuakut imakkut taapkuat aglaan taapkuat aglaksimayut unipkaartaqarmata Waikesaner qoyanaine taapkuat qanoqtun oqausiksangita uingaarnainmata Range Lakeman Range Lake oqaqti taavimuna taapkunani imaqlukkun iqqaiviinnun imaqluk tamanna taamna aglaan oqausaqaniaqput taamna maniktuuta simek allamiq oqausiksaitunga apeqsuusiqarpat naakai takunaitaq taapkunangap taukkatitanun attuaksat
Change, environmental management and monitoring, and climate change, not previously authorized for $939,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. And we continue on to supplementary estimates, operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Department of Environmental and Climate Change, Wildlife and Forest Management, not previously authorized, $27,813,000. Questions? I have a member from YK Center.
YK Center min qalangniaqtoq qiyanaq $24 million in hamma tapkot kan ikayurneerlugi tapkot ikuallakpaaraqtuat naagalunin taina havangnertoq ukiuq ikuit ukiut qik tapkot havakpaaraqtuat qanoqqa taamna taaptuminga ikuallakpaaraqmata $121 million natuqneertut qamma qanoq tapkot tapkot havangneertuat qanoq isuaqqiniarlugu tapkot isuaqqiniarlugu tavra havakpaaraqaluartut government tapkot government pigaluartuat tapkot pigaluartuat taina manikpaaraqanik qanutun pivat tapkot maaka piruaq taina maningnik tapkot federal governmentin maningnik pirat federal government aitsoqnerait maningnik tapkot maaka maybe maakalunin $24 million tun atoqnearaat igil ikuallangmata taina havauttarillugu qianaq taina tavra ikuallang mata tavra taam tapkot qanoq ikuallangmata taina havakpaaraqurut taamna manik atoqnearneraat YK Center ukot tavra piqrui paarneria qanoqneermata taapkununa maningnik atoqmata qianaq Minister Wasnik qianaq YK Center tapkot tavra maningnik atoqpaaraqaluartuat qanoq tutqikkaqnearparum qanoq taamna qanoq maningnik atoqaluartuat aglaan qanut qanoqqa tutqikkaqnearparum qianaq Tap kot manit atagala nerait aglan habang naktokoli. Tap kot manit tabra. Tap kot kanok ikaw lang mata ikayuinyak tot kanok tap muna maning nikatok nekpat kuyanak. Kanok baning nik ibaklegaluak tot kanok kaya. Hatukunek mandrung maniktam na kanok nekpat kanok akilyak nekpat kanok humik kanok una hatukunek pardon kanok tap kunanik akich akilyak nak. Kuyanak. Tap kot manit atukunek tat kanok ilan ni tap kot tautulay tautung nailat maning nikaturut kanok. Kanok tabra tutkikarnek parang tayo na kanok atok kaming maningnig tayo. Ikaw lang parang man. Kuyanak. Kuyanak. Ukot tabra wat imakput tutkikarnek luid kanok hanutun maningnig adokpat kanok Alberta dun ukot nunapting tak una kanok imakput tutkikarnek luid nagalunin habaw tarinek luid Alberta luid mani nunapting nilo kanok habaw taribadong kanok habaw tarinek ikput tutkikarnek luid kanok lika kuyanak. Kuyanak. Kanutun tap tuma maning nikatuparnek parung additional of funding tayo na kanok doknek pat kuyanak naga tayo na habang niya chut tam na bilateral nigday hugay tap ko Alberta lo mangalo manilo nunapting nin habag tuk. Tap ko manik tam na atong nerat mani nunapting ni kuyanak. Sa tumin kuyanak. kanok tam na imakanik o kakal ng niyak to nga kanok tap kot kanok imakun aulamata kanok tap kot pinyak pating tap kot imak put nakungitsok tayo na tabra Mackenzie River tao ka nga kanok tayo na habak patrung tayo na kanok tutkik ka kanak parung kanok kanak parung kuyanak wasnik kuyanak tap ko kanok tau chikun ukau chigile right tap ko kihulle khatabra tutkik ka kanak lugitay na tap ko ukari kaput satu kuyanak 2023-24 tap got hilak put alang man tam dap tak tap got tak forest niktai hugay ta nunak put environment climate change tam na kanok nunak put himroman alangoman hilak put 10 minutes dun tayo malang nek tut kuyanak
Thank you. We had 2 breaks already. Anyway, I'm going to continue on. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Environment and Climate Change, total department not previously authorized, $28,752,000. Does the committee agree? Okay, thank you. I'm going to continue on. Committee will now consider the Department of Executive Indigenous Affairs on page 5. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Directorate number not previously authorized, $2,241,000. Is there any questions? No questions. Does the committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024, Department Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Total department not previously authorized, $2,241,000. Is there any questions? Don't see any hands up. I'm going to continue on. Does the committee agree? Committee will now consider the Department of Finance on page 6. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024, expenditure of finance. Directorate not previously authorized, $6 million. Is there any questions? I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Range Lake. Kuyanak. Tapgot evacuation nika taina aulakti nika ukawalang nariga. Tapgot inuit maning nika utek chingin yakut huli. Kan humi taina kanok humi akilirniak pating kanok kuyanak minitak maning nika munakre. $6,336 to nam tapgot aglang nika ingakruiligin yakut. Kanok habag tarigalo right habra tapgot tautung negalo araw tautuk kalo aray tapgot habang nak tot kanok tapgot ingakruy road maning nik kuyanak kanutin maning nik I3 but kanok kanutin I3 but kanok tap kununa aulakti tanun kuyanak $6,006,650 dun ham I3 galok tut kuyanak kanutin maning nik atonek but 12 million tun. $6 million tun aulak mata 9 million tun hama atonek tut. Akilirnek lugitap kot inuit aulak titat kuyanak. Frame Lake min. Apekruiling nektok. Tapkot federal government pinyak pat kanok akilirniak patigit. Tapkot akilirniak patigit tapkot aulak ditot kanok. Maning ni kay twinyak pat ubunga iglok pakpang nun mga government 3.6 million tun hama tapkot inuit aulak tidat tabra habak kalwaktut habak para kalwaktut kanok kay ikayornek lugit tapkot aulak tidat inuit Frame Lake min.
Okay, yeah.
Mampuimin ang kalang nektok. $6 million tun hama kanok kanok pinyak pat kanok tamna naichok kanok nek parung kanok habaw tarinek parung inuit maniting inmingnik hakilaktak toat kanok tap god aulak tidat kanok kanok tap god tanngungit short kavamalgit kanok maning nikutit otik utak tichinak parik kanok tu kanok nek parung
So, okay, sorry. I'm going to go to the minister.
minitak tayo na maningnik munakri tap ko kanok tap ko kanok aulak titan mata kanok ikayornek pati tap ko kanok ikayornek pati tap ko habak kalwakat tayo na isakin niya kalwakat tam na ikayornek lugit inuit tap ko aulak titat kanok ikayornek lugit kanok lekay ikayornek kalwakait aulak titat tap ko kaya nak mampui Kanutun tapkot kanuk
For 300 million or close to 400 million? That's the question.
Ilitsorisuktaami maningnik ataktilaanganik taaviuma. Utsaqupta ulaakon. Apekso taqarpata taaviuna. Uvaina tsakayumak tutingon ataqtavut manngit. Aglaan uvanipimangit kiga taamna ulaakon sannaarniaqaluartuartamana utipsaavapta. Ja utawama kiututikset kassannaarniartut ulaakon. Ja savaaqsaq suli ittaqtamanna. Pimayavut. Aglaan aippaagut supplementary taapia sannaayaqsimagaptigu qangma. $121 million. Tasba taaviamane ingneqpaum sapaqsaliuta Inuit malaqullugu taamna atoqsimamman. Aglaan taapkununga taamna pimanginapko kiulaitkiga taamna uvani. Page 6 me. Tasba uva on apeksuutilik. Momfimon utaktilangniariga. Apeksuayang uva imanna. Ela fourth supplementary tasbatolok tikinaptigo. Ela ja aippaago maniktuutaanik aippaago sulitusaaniarpitigo. Aglaan supplementary fourth tikinnaptigo qangma. Ilitsorisuktaqa tasbataamna apeksuutiga. Agla taamna tasba sitamat maniktuutit. Tasba aglaan taamna atuuta nuikpan. Tasba taamna qangma aglaan qangma kisemik taamna nalautismanginman. Qangma taapkuat atummaniktat atoqtaksallu uqausarigaptiik. Qangma maniktuutit. Mofi apaqsuutitin. That's all. Qayanani. Maniktuuta inillaani angitilaanganik quliallavauna. Madliqiye. Aglaan taapkuat ubluqtiullu aulatjuta evacuated qimak toqsimammata Inuit kitkut atoq taummangaan atongmangaatuk taamna maneq. Aglaan taigulait kitka taamna takulait kiga khang mapimanginap ko aglan nalunayak takulrang nago kuliolait kiga na jetcho kanok tun nunalami atau temi atuta tusavi suka 6 million damna tasba nalunated damna 6 million damna takumaikput tapquat aklan khimaktong mata ingnangmen tasba tayo kisan sutigollo atok taw niang mangan atok taw mangan taman naman tamna tasbona ingnakpaum aulati matjong taw nunga nunalani tapkonanga tasba asin tamna angit kaya tasba tapkonona nalunayak taptigon ukhausana ang naiblugulo tamna pimasok kiga ela tapkonona ekayutaw yuksatigon tapkononga aipangani hairy woman peklayot taunungalo enterprise taununga tamna atok tauman betcha komen yalona mukta amik tasbona ingnakpam ungon matik iningannen tamna tasbatualok apaksotiga ilitsarisuklugo nunalani aglan tamna tusavisuk niarikput tamna ikayutaw yakuva mikiyok $400 aksaluti tuktunon $750 aksalutilget suliptaaq inimmavinniltaaq akitoktok niqhaitigullu atoqtaitigun aglan ela tamna nalunayak taksaq uplaakut 9,000 atoktaat Inuit 9,000 Inuit atoktaat
Are there?
Ke
Ataw himika apiksuilyang niaktunga. Tapkot anniaktot kanok. Tapkot aulaktidat taktot Calgary-mun. Tapkot maning kanok habaw takinek pating tapkot. kanok tapgot pinyak patit kanok tapgot aulaktitat pimmata tapgot aglangnik tuilagurunga kuyanak tapgot kanok tapgot hinuita kanok tapgot calgrim nekwata aulaktitat ay mavamnin kanok pinyakpat kanok isakniak tamna kanok maningnik kuyanak 23-24 tap got $6 million in atok bata 23-24 tap got $26 million in atok got kanok nekpat piyanak Range Lake $18 million in hama kanok tap got atukit kanok nekparung tamna kuyanak tamna tabra kanok tamna bridge mika taihuga tamna apkodakpak habaw tarlugu tai naklugu tamna $18 million in itok tap kotak imakputan allangokluni imakpakluta tap kotabra akichok shooting tabra atok toatan manik pangnik Range Lake kuyanak tamna 23-24 tamna tap tumininga okak beach kanok tap got aulak matatap got hospital muyakuting andarmungun nakuting medical travel mikta huga tamna kanok aulak uro taina andarmungun tabani haro kanok tamna pinyak parung tap got tabra havaktot ikayaruga taina kanok medical travel assistance nikta huga tamna insurance kanok tamna kanok ikayaruga tap got aulaktot takung hakar kanok ikayaruga taina Range Lake kuyanak
Trends over.
Tasva tamna over atok tawa tamanja. Tasva over in the chat is my tapting neck atok tawa tamna manak. kuat 2019 min manangit atok takumayabut 2023 mon Tasbatap ko ng health and social services ninglo kigo sa kayo akituda COVID itidlugo as aklan 450% ang itilang tabi mo na akilaktoy gamit. Ela tasbas isamalo takaktong tasbani. Damna iluangit kaluaktok. Maniktuda. Damna. Aklan damna. Aulak tut saktigon atong nagumanik ay pagon ikayo daw laba manak naman na. Tapkot sanayak tabenit ataw cheme isumalayo debut atok semayot tapkot sabak tamaja Department Social Service lo tapkunona anyak tulikinikon tasba ilani utak taw tiblugo tak dudait Doctornik sabak takamik tasba tapkot yeah range like what ela tapkot anyak tulikit 13 million kanoima tabi mga 450% min biyak daw ba aklan ela kain kagngit kalwa aglan owane saballa yung tapko ataw chim atunem ajingin mangnik tapko nani tapko at kitu tigayed inuit utak taw tigiblo tamanna anyak tulikinig pon nunalapting ni tasba tapkot kiusakayot tapko nga ilawang mayak tapko nga kiusakayon manik tamanna aglan sanayal yugudlunin iluaton tutkiyomat kiyagon kingawakon isamaleong kaluak nga tamonga aglan tapkot ikayo tawit kisanik Inuvialuktun ikayo tiksa tapkot Inuvialuktun tapko nga nunalapting nun ikayo tiksakon aglan tapkot sabak tipting nun kanokton takumabisiok sabak tinun atok tiksak sabak tibialo nun tamna imanna angit kayak tamna maniktutut tapkot sabak villat corporation good government colony tapkot taw ikayo takakpang miyot tapko nga sabak tilaming nun tapkot asin ilane akilio siya ngamik aulat judik sakang miyot in mikon sabak bilaming nin aglan una utsikos tigil lang niya tasba tapkot tapko nga nunallapting ni atuaksak tamna utsakutigini aptigo tusayak sauman tapkuat Health and Social Services nin tusabi sa kaklu na lunang nektong.
Chair. Mr. Chair, does the minister anticipate the total costs for medical travel to decrease after September 1st when the extended health benefits are changed? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wasda.
Mr. Chair, that is not an analysis that I necessarily have in front of me with respect to this supplementary appropriation. I'm happy to take that question away and have our folks in finance give it some thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go back to the member from Range Lake.
Much appreciated. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To the member from YK North.
Tam na YK North o kalang nektok. O kat isagud na itiak. Isagud din nekto nga mga ka ba $26 million dun kanok tap ko at atong mata tayo na hinig maningnig kanok tabra the $18 million dun tap kanok akili nekto at akiliyo nekto at tam tumiga $18 million dun kanok nekto at kanutun kanok time na kanok nek pat $18 million dun atonik kat utektin nek to at maningnik kanok tab na bridge up kudak pag $9 million dun atong nakot kanok inga for fact that government federal government kanok nek parang tayo na tap ko at atong matatay na hinik maningnik ang Iraq pag nika maningnik kanok nek pat kaya nak YK North. Tam na minita kiw labinga kanok tap ko at kanok akilir mata kanok pinyak pat tap ko at kanok kadutun tabra atok para na cooked government kanok tutkika nek lugit kanok akilir na tap ko at akilir na aglak para kalaktok kanok kanole katawer hapernya krigalaktok kanok tap ko at tap tuminga tap kunanik maningnik atok nak atok to at maninunapting ni kanok tap ko at tap ko tabra hapernya krigalaktok tayo na maningnik kanok akilir nyak mata kanok tabra hapernya krigalaktok kanok taber habaw tarinyak ikput qiyanak tau himika aperrui farneartunga tapkuat kigutinika havangneartuat qanornearpatai tapkuat taaktilliqiniartuat tapkuat Department of Health niktai hugai tapkuat ikayertit kigutinun qanorliqaatavrakiuniariga ilaani qanoqa inyungnun ilitsoripkaarniariga ikaaqqaarlugununartingni Health and Social Services 7 to 9 tapkuat tautulangniarai tapkuat Great Slave mina aperruilangniartoqqianaq HSSA tapkuat ukat aperruilangniarikka tapkuat Health and Social Services tapkuat mindi tamtamna kiullavinga qianaq tapkuat habaktuat qanoq tapkuat habagniartuat Hayward Health and Social Service tapkuat habagniartuat qanoq hinuit hikayerniarai patigit tap qianaq
Thank you. Is there any further questions? We'll go to the member from, again, Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a note under the agreements, some of these contributions seem very low. $4,000 Canadian Chronic Disease Surveillance System Agreement, $4,000 for an epidemiology support for substance use agreement. I'm not sure what you can do with that, so I'm assuming this is multi-year agreements that are just kind of paying out. It just seems quite a brief or a very limited amount of contributions. So could the minister just explain how this money is flowing and if there's a larger pot that we're not seeing? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chair, that is something that is worth highlighting as we're going through this. So this is
Damna tusayagsak tap ko na nga maniktuta ikayotik sauman tap ko na ni sibulyoyok ikayon angiyok perlayon nun asin wellness agreement. Das war angit khia tasba atok sakta ikayu tau yok tap kununga ikayok tail yok tuan Yellowknife North Apaksudite when any wakte dam tau Hair River tap kuat ukalla visi tap kununa ukari yagiktat tigon tap kununa maligak side torak tisimavat sutigon tap kununga ikai Deputy Minister man kiuniakatin koyanaini tamna sannayaqtaq imanna akiliusiaqtaqtuat taap kununga malungni ukiuni taap kununga asin taap kuat atoktait akiliusiaqtaqtuat taap kunanga malungni ukiungni kingulariaqtaq tuksak tap kuat tau atok taksat tauksut tap kuat apekkotiksatka tap kunanga sivulangmen nalunayaqtamen tap kuat akiliusiarnaqpat tukliani tap tikitinnago ukiornutaaq akiliutaani tamna ikayuta aglaan tamna tikinngimago maniktuutaanin tamna ikayuuti tasva ilisimayoq taavimunga ukior nungutinnago atoqtaq aglaan tasva tamna 23-24 atoqtaq akiliuta angiqtauyoq tasva sivunmun ilaumman taap kununga 24-25 mun akiliqtaksaq sannayaqtat uppa angeqiaqtat uvva quliallavisi taaviumuuna angeqtatigun taap kuat aipaangani maningnik atoqtaungittuni aipaangani ngaani sivuani taavanga ungasaktuman taimat atoqtaungit kaluaqtuat aipaanganit qianin aglaan ilangit nuivaktuat atoqtaungitat takumangit kikkaqama takumangilugit qaidauianiittut qangiqsiornaqpauvva taap kununa sivullarmik angit qiyaagun taamna manik so taamna itusaamangitaqput suuq taamna uqausaripissiung taamna maniktuuta taaviumangamaningni suuq tusaaqngait passivuagut aqlaan uvuuna sivullermik taapkuat atoqsimammata sivullermik manna manik atoqviksaatikitinnagu taimanittimik taapkuat atoqtat qangma aasiin taimanittimik taapkuat angiqtauqqaarnagit taimanittimin ikayuutiksaatamatsa taimani manage board taapkuat atoqtimammatsuq taapkuat savakvit atoqtaat Waikiki Northman apaqsuut
Here. Are these agreements public or could
makuat apaqsuutit sannaayaqtat manrit taapkunuuna takunaqpat kitut atoqtilaangit kitut sivunmuktilaangit taapkuat tusaarnarpat qangmuaklaan taapkuat sannaayaqtat makuat government atuaqsat toraaqtisimayut taapkununga atuaqsait aglaan federal government angiqtaujut taapkununga tautqublugit aglin taapkuat takuyaksaunginmata taapkuat savautiimmatuk federal governmentlu aglaan taapkuat aippait aglaan ilaani takunaqtu taapkuat Northwest Territories Canadalu savautaitigut kisian taapkuat takunnaqillayut ilipsi iksivayit individual health and social services lukayoqatiigluta taamna tutqiksailayugut inuit tusaasukpata uvaninunaptigni tasva angiqtausavamman taimaatun tamatkunuuna
Great Slave taamna qallangniaqtuq quinaq tuhaaraanga qanuq taapkuat atoqniaqaata 5 tun piunik taapkuat pillagait taapkuat qanuq atullagait qanuqliqa nagalunin qanuq quinaq 5 tun ngitsoq tainna pingitsoq 21 22 taapkuat 21 25 26 taapkuat atoqneqai tainna quinaq taapkuat pingahunik atoqneqpaat qanuq I tainna tabra taina tabra pirit kuyana. $499,000 dun adonak dot. $25 million tap got Pechroin Range Lake. Kuyanak. Kadotun tap got hospital mung nek dot an nek dot kanong nek dot diagnostic services kanong lekha tap got an nerotin ibakler nek luit kanok pinyak pat. Kanok tap got ibakler dot tap got ibakler nek dot umik an nerotinik. Tap got kanok jakanyak luit madahito nek dot chemotherapy miktai hugat. Radiology dot kanok ibakler dot kanok lekha. Kanok tap got kilirnak kanok torbata.
Mr. Chair. So thank you for that explanation. That's satisfactory. Okay, let's talk about agency nurses. So this is 2.3, just over 2.3 million. So what's the total?
Tamna kanok kuyanak. Tap got kanok hipalik tabra $4 million ama adonera loarat. Pihukkalok tu taina hinik maningnik $5 million lunni kuyan. Tautung nakota tap got public niktai huga taina inuit tautulin yakut kanok tamna 5.2 million tun atulin yakut taina tuhalin yakut nagalunin tautulin yakut kanok tap got tabra adaki nurse unit aglaknak tota tauka kanok lekha tabra maningnik bihud aglaknak nurse unit kanok lekha tabra akilyakurait kanok lekha ilatni agling chok manita ay chok tata nagalin ilatni mikirok taina maningnika ay chuirat kanok lekha tabra tutkikane agaloarait ilatni Ilan ni hapernyaktok. Kanorne kai choknya ugalait tabra. Kayanak Range Lake. Kayanak
Let the finance minister.
Apekso tabiuma tamna ikayoktaungwa so aglaan savalayo aglaan munaksitamatkuat Inuvialuktun akiliusiaq mangaat tapkuat munaksit kituutilangit savak villangit ni tapkuat anniavingne kituutilangit akinnakpakpat tapkununga inuit qapsit aulavat simmaussiq taqaangatalu kituutilangit qapsiutilangit inuit tamna sivituyukaluk ela tapkuat tapkuat aglaan munaqsit sivulliit maniktorutainigut sutigullaq aqulatsutait aglaan nalunayaqqaarnagut tapkuat savaktuat ikayoqiaanga tamaunganunaptingnun aulayuat sumin aglaan tapkuat iluatut quliaukatka maungaat maniktuutait aulayuat savagiaangaming maunganunaptingnun talva aglaan tapkuat ikayu taksaut kisian tasva oqaukkaluaqtunga tapkuat ikayuqtauyu tapkunani qanoqtun manik tamanna atoqpatsuqta takuuptigu munaqsit ilisautik saaqaluangalluuni tamanna munaqsiusuktuat aglaan tapkuat aglaan akituvialugunna tamatkuat aulagaangata maunganunaptingnun savaqiaqtaqtuat vanimaaniaasin apeqsuutigiyait maaninunaptingni tapkunuuna maniktuutait qanoq tamanna 2.3 5.5 qanoqta Union Northern Workers atoqtauva tasva uvva imannaaqtigiyoq 766 million arising angigliummaqtortasvanga from 5.5 million angigliummaqtan qanaini oqaqti ila tap konangapta okhapta aulaqtortanin taxpayers asin akittuutigiwaktuaq talva tapkor aulaqtartuatigut medicals anniaqtuliqiit ta
We're going to move forward as an assembly on this and look at healthcare sustainability as we move into budgets that are not primarily interim supply and are actually operational budgets. So I look forward to what's coming in May and June when we get a real picture of what measures are being put in place to control the use of agency nurses and hopefully to ban them in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The time is up. I'm going to move on. Is there any further questions? Don't see any. I'm going to continue on now. Supplementary estimates. Oh, sorry. I'm going to go to the member from Waikiki North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Waikiki North okalang nektok. Apekruiling nektok. Tapkot kanok atoknekpat kanok kanutun atoknekpat tap kunumuna agency nursing ne tai hugay tai na kanok munaksit tapkot Stanton Legacy Building tam na andervik kanoknek parung tut kikarnek parung kuyanak kanutun kanok habang nekto tapkot agency nurses tapkot habang nekpat kanok paruk kanok but tapkot habang nektot nagalunin habang nengitshot kuyanak munekpat kuyanak 17 hama agency nurses tabra habang kaloktot tabra habaktot agency nurses nik tai hugay tab agency kanok tabra tapkot nurse yurita habang nektot kanok tapkot bingit tapkot okarinay okan
It's in 1.187 million over expected budget this year.
$1.78 million dun hama atonelinya kut kanok 23-24 kanok nekpat minitak kiulang nektok tapkot foster care nika na nutakanik mo ng rod kanok tam na akitchok na kok kanok tapkot kuyanak YK North tapkot aglinya kut tapkot kanutun manig nika atoktot kanok hibun munaw lagalawak tugut aglan kuyanak ukiupak kainyak tok March mi. Tap ko aglinyak tok tam na manik atonak. Kanok kata tutkik karne agalo kaita manik pang ni katonak tok kanok. Himmirnet nagalunin itornat kanok nek padung. Kanok le kamaning nika atornek. Tot kanok taigwa kaloriga kanok maning nika atornek tot koyenak. Yellowknife shelter tap ko kanok kanok ikayonek pati tat ko init tamani itot tutkikarnek luting mingyon. $2.5 million dun hamma atokalwak tot taina tutkik ikayonek lugitinyu tap taina. 5.2 million taina tabra atokonek tut 23-24 me. Who got non-profit NGOs nik tai hu gai tap got kanok maning nik pilay chut aglan ikayunya wur taina kanok leka inyong nik kuyanak. Tap got 24-25 mo tap got havang nek tut NTHSA tap got kanok leka ikayonek lugi tap got inyi taina. YK North. Kuyanak. YK Wellness Recovery Center tap to got ikayui hurot kanok tutkik karanek tot ingming inuit. Tap got government kanok non-profit nik tai hu gai tap got maning nik pilay chot kanok maning nik iwe lai chot kanok tabra kanok kanok taina ilokada dauchikun abang nek parung tam nakuya kalwak tok kuyanak. Inuvik Hospital tap got tap got hospital mi habak tot Inuvik unnerving mi kanok tap got kanudun maning ni katok para kanakut. kuyanak. Tapkot hospital annervita tapkot havaktot tamani ingmingnika tamna kaunagi hugay tapkot kanok manignik atoktot. Kanok tayo na habang niyaktot tabra. Kanok tayo na tabra habang niyaktot itchut kuyanak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I realize my time is almost up. So just wanted to emphasize how important it is to me anyway that going forward we do our best to be realistic about what we think things are actually going to cost. I know there's some things we can't anticipate, but especially looking at past patterns, if things are consistently coming in over budget, I would much rather see us have a realistic main budget than be sort of pressured or see these things come forward later in sub-estimates, because it definitely skews our idea of what things actually cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to, any further questions? Okay. Supplementary estimates operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Department of Health and Social Services program not previously authorized, $25,525,000. Okay, I see Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me a second time to speak. Apologies if I missed anything, but the 1.187 million for in-territory child and family supports, can the minister just explain that a bit more? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I did do a very good job of explaining that one earlier, if I may. So there's variability here coming in part with the Child and Family Services Act that was revised, as well as the Federal Act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families. And with that, there's been changes as a result to the associated costs. So that has impacted where this is at. Some elements of this line item or this activity area are experiencing a surplus, but others are looking at the increases in foster care rates that are changing even before we get to the March 1st date that I had mentioned. There are some increases, and there's an increased costs to the amount that's being spent for that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this represents an increase to kind of program commitments, not an increase to children in care. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm inclined to get back to the members. I'm looking at the material I have in front of me, and this is not, I don't obviously have the program area specifics, and I don't want to misstate what exactly is being increased. So I don't want to also conflate the fact that bound up in here is the fact that there's an incoming change on March 1st. So I'd like to take that one back and just make sure I can get a better explanation than what I've done so far of exactly what this is for. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to the member from Range Lake.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, forgive me if I've overlooked this or misheard this, but the change to March 1st, what is that change? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On March 1st, there will be increased foster care rates coming in, determined after historically similar to looking at CPI. So with CPI being high, the rates go up. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Which is reflected, thank you, Mr. Chair, and is that reflected in these numbers, or is that an additional costs that will have to come out. Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
It's not reflected in these numbers, which I think, it will be a number that we have to come up with going forward. But again, this is, the information I'm looking at, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, I just am not entirely sure that I'm explaining it very well, and I'd like to just make sure that I have that accurately, but there is a change that's coming on March 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, I appreciate that. I would just like to know, get a better sense of how this is impacting foster care and children in care in the Northwest Territories. So, whatever the minister, is the minister going to provide kind of written response to committee, or if you could just explain how and when we'll get the information back to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to the Minister of Finance.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's obviously been a number of items where I've offered to return back to committee. Some will certainly take longer than others. Others I expect we can get back fairly quickly. It's been my practice, if possible, that given that they would be responses here on the floor, that we would make it, we'll give it as a document or a letter that can be tabled in the House so that it could form part of a public record. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, I do feel for the minister because she's not responsible for health and social services. So perhaps when these substantiations are coming forward, members are bound to have more program-specific questions that the responsible departments can provide a bit more detail to the minister at the table, so they can answer these questions directly before we vote on the financial item. That's just a general comment. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Department of Health and Social Services, Health and Social Services programs not previously authorized, $25,525,000. Does committee agree? We're going to take a short break and we'll be back shortly. Thank you. Okay, order. Order. We're going to continue now. We're going to resume. Anyway, I'm going to read out supplementary estimates operational expenditure. Order. Supplementary estimates operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Department of Health and Social Services Long-Term and Continuing Care Services. Not previously authorized, $5,666,000. Is there any questions? None. Does a committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Department of Health and Social Services out of the territory services not previously authorized, $16,085,000. Is there any questions? I'm going to go to the member. Member from Graceleaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about the adult out-of-territory supportive living services. I was wondering if the minister could speak to whether or not that is due to increased users, I suppose, or is it because of increased cost to the government from the services rendered? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it is as a result of an increased overall number of days in the facilities, and so in that sense, it's the amount of use that is being seen that's driving up the unanticipated extra expenditures. Thank you.
660,000. Okay. Graceleaf.
Sorry to ask the minister this. I could probably look it up quickly as well, but could she please tell me how much prior to the SUP in 23-24 we have spent on facility-based addictions of treatment on top of this 1.843 million?
Thank you. I'll go to Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me start by saying there's actually a projected shortfall of 2.843 million. Some of it can otherwise be funded internally. The actuals the total expenses are estimated at around 4.9 or just over 4.9 million.
Thank you. I'll go to the member of Graceleaf. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to back up here. I'm going to go back and read out that previous supplementary estimates. Operational expenditure number 4, 2023 to 2024, Department of Health and Social Services long-term and continuing care services not previously authorized. $5,660,000. Does committee agree? Okay, thank you. Any further comments? And continue on. Supplementary estimates. Operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Health and Social Services, out of territory services not previously authorized, $16,085,000. Does committee agree? Oh, sorry, is there questions? I'm sorry. I'm going to go to the member again from Graceleaf. Oh, sorry. YK North, I'm sorry.
Thanks. So we're
got Inuvialuktun.
Thank you. We'll go to Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Goeienaand. Ugot ukiok 2016 mi kanok tamna ugot puplaluk tamna kap malakung ni pirota havakto $2 million tun hamma Wake North Queen tap got manita atong matiyait heavy hute heavy hu rock kanok tap got pinyak patit kanok taut kamilaway kamilaway nak
people living in NWT. So just wanted to flag that as a note related to that item. But moving on to facility-based addictions treatment.
HSS tamna kanok havagu but kanok multi-year niktay hugat tamna kanutun ukiuni pihubat nagalunin kanok habang nakto tap got kanok pivot tap got havagurutain na kanoleka naga okay.
From Waikiki North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Makoata ukiok taman aulavat tap kuat ikayok tik tau yot ikayu tau yot Inuvialuktun allat qinun tamna 2024 mi nalunangniaktuak Elisamayat Kaaglan Health and Social Services contracts tau ilangit pimayait savamikon savaktutigon Koyanay tap ko at kinangnyakit katusabag isaglugit tamna akit tutilanga tap ko nang inong nilonin inugang mata aglan contract ataw siya blunilonin ataw siya kitaklonin iman na akit tutilanga aglan ilsamaska Health and Social Services ilsamayat katap ko sa baktot tako mangilog aglan iman na tapkot maniktutait Inuvialuktun Taiman na akitutila akitok paluk takludik manik atok tatapkot sa Aglan nalunay toktap kwat atoktat. Aglan tap kwat nalunay ang naktat wapkon tap kwan mal ilis choy niyarit ka. Tap kwat inimabitak taning nitaw na ni. Manik tutait mga akitokluit akilitat. Tap kwalo inuit nutat savak taulaktuat atoktat. Kullisigo ikillalusik oka sigupsit emanna nalunait qiaq saatumin okaqte. Savaktit kidut qaitauyuat manigliqtiqtat savaktuat qapsita. 23, 24, 5 tangit nunani itut savak iglokbait. 3 from Calgary. Pingasut Calgary mit akilitat inokaqbit savakbit. Mani nunap tingni $60,085,000 atoktak. Mani yung itok taon na ni taning ni. Tadvasin. The Department of Health and Social is supplementary $5,016,000. Manik tok atoktak. Kayon. 54,380,000 what? Akali 3 million something $1,000.
Business support not previously authorized, $1,308,000. Is there any questions? I'm going to go to the member from Waikiki Center.
Waikiki Center una pekruilyang nertok. $308,000 in atuligin yakut. Kanoka atok patigitap kota humika hanayak pata. Kayanak. Tap kota ikayui hurita kanok 2126 kanok ikayuin yaktot kanok lekay kayon yaklugitap kota an yaktot nagalunin ikayok tin yaktot kanok taimar na yakuting Waklung Kuyanak. YK Center. Kuyanak. Aglang ni Kaichilava over Ting Noon. Kuyanak. ITI got Pillaruta Kaichillaruta Aglang ni Kanutan Atong Matigit. Kanok Atonak Kuyanak. $1 million in Atuligin Yakot. 2023 fire ikolek man mota kanok tam na atok ligin yagat kanok humata kuyanak ITI tabra kanok ikayonek lugitap kota ingmingnika habak kaktot kanok ikayonek lugitap kot kanok leka ikayonek lugitap kot kuyanak YK Center tamna manik atuk tot Nakuva kuyanak tap got $1 million in ham atuk tot atorat kuyanak
Mr. Chair, I don't know if the process is, if it's formally closed or not. I know that they were, there was a suggestion that each region had individuals that were accepting applications, and I don't know if it was time limited per se, but it was, there were eligibility elements to it that were under the, that's right, there was an additional seed directive. So if individuals wanted to have a look back at the seed directive, that would provide the full eligibility requirements as they applied from those who may have been affected in this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Waikiki Center.
Can I get some confirmation for the department it's not an overspent program and we're looking at ways to sort of help fill some gaps? Similar to the original question, but it sounds like they're still taking applications, but if there's no money, why are we taking applications? So I just need some clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to confirm if there was, I believe under the seed directive, it would be, it's a seed directive and it's still open and available until March 31st of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Waikiki Center.
Thank you. So we're still taking money, but we don't have any money in the program? We're still taking applications, but we don't have money in the program. Is that currently correct at this very moment?
Thank you. I want to go to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the appropriation of the federal dollars. So anytime the federal government signs an agreement or provides funding to the government of the Northwest Territories, we still have to come forward, even if we were, hoping to sign an agreement, we still have to come forward to the Legislative Assembly to actually appropriate that money so that it can then go to the department. It goes back to the earlier conversation about short-term debt. Until the money gets appropriated in, we have to come here formally and make an adjustment to the main estimates to say federal government has come forward with funding. It needs to be formally appropriated on the floor. That's what this process is. So this is federal dollars that came from Canor to supplement the seed directive. This is an attempt to have the House approve that funding so that it can go to the seed directive that was specifically stood up in support of businesses after the wildfires. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Waikiki Center.
So just to, I understand that. It sounds like in one way that there's money already committed to this initiative, and this is just backfilling it in some way. And so that's why I'm curious on how the process is working specifically to this. Because if people are interested in, I wouldn't use interest. I'd say if people still need support, and if the program is still open or not open, if it's receiving money or it's spent, or they're backfilling or overspent, that's the type of clarification I was trying to get. So if there's still room for applications, I think I sort of heard that, and I also think I sort of heard that one needs to apply through SEED. If I'm incorrect, the minister is certainly welcome to fix that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've lost my train of thought with all the physical activity there, but so it is a SEED program. There's a SEED directive that was issued back in the summer. The SEED directive provides details on eligibility and application process. I believe the application form is online, if I'm not mistaken, and that application.
Yes, please.
This is the first chance, given the election, for us to come forward and seek a supplementary appropriation for funding that would have been received from Canor. Department of ITI went to Canor during the wildfire evacuations to seek their support to enhance the funding that would be available under this envelope. They were successful. This is where that brings us to today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Waikiki Center.
No, I'm okay, Mr. Chairman. I was just trying to follow the money. Thank you.
Is there any further questions from members? See none. I'm going to supplementary estimates operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Department of Industry and Tourism Investment, Economic Diversification, and Business Support, not previously authorized $1,308,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Department of Industry and Tourism and Investment, Mineral and Petroleum Resources, not previously authorized $127,000. Is there any questions? None. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Department of Industry and Tourism Investment total in department not previously authorized $1,435,000. Is there any questions? Don't see any. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Committee we will now consider the Department of Infrastructure on page 11. Supplementary estimates operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Department of Infrastructure Assets Management, not previously authorized, $6,128,000. Is there any questions? Yes, I'm going to go to the member from Great Slave.
Great Slave min ukal lang niaktok, epekroy lang niaktok. Minidak tam na maning ni ka munaksira ka kanok kuyanak. $3 million dun kanot tap ko ta kanyak tot.
For 2023-2024, Department of Infrastructure Assets and Management, not previously authorized $6,128,000. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't see a member from Waikiki North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Waikiki North, the petroleum nak tap ko ta ilutaknik dabra kanok titkit karniak pati tap ko ta kanok Pinyak habang niyak patigit kanok. Kanok tit kikar niyak parang ta ilutak tamna kuyanak tamna phase 1 miktay hugat at kanok hibuldew na kanok tap got umiyak pakpay barges niktay hugat aulap ka niyak lugit tabra tamna ilutak tit kikar niyakat kanok leka tabra tit kikar niyak lugit tamna ilutak tap got umiyak pakpay aulap karluting wit taina kuyanak tabla $13 million dun kanutun 24-25 kanunek pat utak kinerik ka kuyanak tabra tamna pinyaranak aluak toka pinyepiarla anak al I can't
Always behind the 8 ball, and usually things cost more at that point, and
Tap got riksaktak salot. Magwat gililuit atugkakpait. Sakatumen. Kwenene. Yellowknife North Minokaktok. Kingupao yami wanga. Tap got apexerted adjugated uvamnillo. Aglan. There's multi-year program ngo kawesok tamna atulagap tigo. Kwenene. Sule magwad adopted supplementary ang erected tap ko ng ekayodit sabak sa digon $6,100,000. Talab down pa 23-24 tap god ang erected tasba apexur kakpat ang pat Wake Northman Marine imami adopted 14.4 million atuak tasba angit kiyagot tasba sin temani imailak simamman minister taviuma tasba tap got tema chidigon atukaurit atukakpait pipkarnagit akla tap got committee tap got itilugit teman tasbuna imailak nalaul judibluni similaka tasba ikayutawang matamanna atukaktot tasbuna ataw siyungitak tasba Tämän eikä juuta yksi tapkununga. Tapkota eikä jaklutik taavi muuna imailaq luna laututipluni iga ingnaqpak pitillugu aulapqartilugu 2024 mi aklaan tasba isamaliorutigilugu iluatun aulutiksaa atuutiksaalusum taapkuat taimanna vallaa atulai jungnaqput taimanna YK Northman Queen inni tasba taimanna ptao ikayutaunaqto uqaqatigillaqtarpakkupta una uqausilisanarniaiga taimanna ptao taimanna aqlingnaqtutigun aulamayoq sutjun uva utsaqutigillarniaiga una taimanna ptao tapkuattao perlatilluit ingnaqpait inuit aulamapqartilluit taamna aassiin taamna savaktit barges tigun Fort Nelson Fort Simpson mun tapkuat tasba aassiin aiklaqtuat usiaqayuaqtarlutik tasba takuyavut tikituammatigut August-mi tasba ilitsoiblugutigilu tasba 82-year-old captain taamna savaktillugu taamna 82 years old angayuqaqsaq savangaiqtaq tasba taimanna taamna uqausiqallakiga taapkuna taimanna sivunipti chungnaqtao ikayuqtuksa taimalingaaugnaqtuat tasba Inuit mute NTS tapkot akpaudingidot businesses uqautigillanipagit takumangitka 42 million tasba tapkot taimannait ela kayaqsingillutillunin pimayungava tapkot manik don puigungasiplugu 14.4 kia inuving mehaqaqti uqausingilugu bang iluatun is taamnagoq atunim 14.4 million atukkiutibau MTS mi taviumani tasba taamna ya olapittaq atoqtaq tasba qaglaan taimannaptaq atullasivlugu suli aglaan taviumanga aulamman taamna aasin taamna aulayoqsuli Bullake ministangani tapkot MTS nukta optikulun inuving mutuktu yakta mulu tamna nakoorniaqtaq frame like me a person
Can the minister
min taqa oqallautillavvinga na qanuq havaktuattaina havautikkangaataina tapkuat qanuq Arctic Energy Alliance nam mika taihuga tamna qanuq tapkuat pusolungnik havagurut qanuq carbon tamna habauttariaat qanuq qiyanaq tapkuat low carbon qanuq havauttari varung taina qanuq tutqitqarniarlugit qanuq atormata taina hinik isiq tamna carbon niktaihuga tamna qanuq tamna climate change hilyakput allangorman taina havauttarinaq toqa taina hilyakput tutqitqarniarlugit naagalunuunnuin tutqitqarniarlugit atoqtuat taina carbonnik isialungmika tabra anipkartuat haina qiyanaq maningnik qaitihiuvatikut taida ukiumi qanuq havaqpat Augustni tam $31.2 million pirot 23-24 mi tabra tapkuat tabra havaq tauchikun qanuq isuaqqiniarlugit qanuq tamna puyoluk mikliniarlugu qiyanaq frame lake ukiupak tabra qanuq Pinchal naqa tamna qanuqa havangmata taina Energy Alliance niktaihuga tamna qanuq tutqitqarniarlugit naagaluin havauttariниарлugit tapkuat Energy Alliance qanuq tutqitqarniarlugit qanuq havangmata qiyanaq Inuvialuktun qanuq tapkuat aperrui apero over digitain na kanoka kanok tam na minitak tam na okallautil labitigiwut kanok leka habang matatain na kuyanak kanutun tap kwat habang nat iya ni aglanik ingakrula naktok tap kununya kanok maning nika perui mada kanok tap kununa habang naktok kanok frame lake kuyanak tay ku tay now fi kuyanak kuyahuk kalwa yak tuga kuyanak great sleep tap ko umiyak pag nika aulagur tabra kanok okautinia tautikuna okarinerik pitamna kanok kuyanak tap ko infrastructure EC-ni habaguru tautikun kanok ijakiniakluit kanok leka tap ko
Committee, we will now consider the Department of Justice on page 12, supplementary estimates, operational expenditure, number 4, 2023-2024. Department of Justice, Community Justice, not previously authorized, $524,000. Is there any questions? I don't see no questions. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on, supplementary estimates, operational expenditure, number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Justice, Polling Services, not previously authorized, $841,000. Is there any questions? I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the minister explain what this funding is for? Is it for staff positions, training programs? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the First Nations and Inuit Policing Program Framework Agreement is titled by the federal government and somewhat it doesn't necessarily relate clearly. It provides funding for RCMP officer positions. In this case, it funds 5 RCMP officer positions. The agreement provides a different ratio of funding as between the GNWT and the federal government, where under this agreement, it is at a better ratio. It comes in at 52% to 48% for the Public Safety Canada and then GNWT. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is this part of the police services contract or a separate program? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's a separate agreement, but it will then be otherwise subject to, the other provisions. I mean, for instance, when the RCMP negotiated their collective agreement, these RCMP officers are subject to that, but this is separate, a separate agreement from the usual or from the other funding agreement that we have for RCMP positions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And where are these, do we know where these officers are located, or is that a G Division question? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe the new positions that we are going to have coming in will be these. Sorry, let me just take, actually, maybe let's have it to Mr. Couture, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in 23-24, there will be 9 positions added as part of this program. Those positions would be located in Aklavik, Detta, Fort Good Hope, Fort McPherson, Fort Simpson, 2 in Fort Smith, and 1 at the Catlo-Deche First Nation, and 1 in Wati. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Couture. I'm going to go to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you. That's more than I expected. I doubt you'll be able to answer this, but the DETA, I don't think there's a DETA detachment, so that's probably a Yellowknife-based position that's there to service DETA. Thank you.
Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think so.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this kind of a one-time funding program, or is this something we can make further application to or expand upon, given our, I know we're over-policed per capita, but it still seems like, well, the residents that I speak to still have public safety concerns, significant ones. So if this is an additional way to bolster our police services contract without expending our limited resources, it would be preferable to just paying more money. So is there more opportunity to expand this funding source so we can further expand our range of our police presence in the community? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some hopefully good news that in 24-25 we are expecting you will see in the main estimates an additional 4 positions coming under this program. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you. That's good news. I look forward to that, and we'll have more to say then. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Saut 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we all know, there's an increasing drug crisis out in our communities, and therefore requires more and more policing services and collaboration with concerned citizens and leaders. Is there further funding coming? As you had mentioned, there's 4 positions. Is there more funding in the area of joint Indigenous governments collaboration for policing strategy developments? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So under the First Nations Policing Framework Agreement, there's not necessarily, there's a desire if
Tapkot palihimat inawarni tabra tapkot kayo nakluit tapkot palihimat kanok Ugot Fort Liard mi palihimay chut kanok chut ni kayo nek pati tay na yanak. Tap got kanok kayo nek pati tap got palihimanik pinyak dot. Ugot RCMP services tabra kanok 70-30 tun akilyakanayakay tap got kanok ikayakanayakay ta in our palisi malik ningniak dot Inuvik Boot Lake kuyanak ugot Mackenzie Delta minya tamna kanok tap got palihimat humuuravat kanok sigichik mi tamna palihimaichut hunak pajo tayna kuyanak tap got palihimat kanok tabra habagugal waktu kanok humun palihimat inyakpat kanok tayna ukaktut kanok got community policeman tabra bihukaloktut hul palihimanik tayna nik bihukaloktut community policeman tayna YK Center. Kuyanak tabra in our ni kanok 8 down na in our ni kanok about the Vardis kit kuyanak nine nik in our nik about it kuyanak $841,000 dun hamma atognak dot kanok maning nik atognak pat 9 tun tayna kanok palihimaning niaktut YK Center kuyanak habang niak pat tayna tap got palihimat kanok inarni
I'm aware of, it's very difficult to get boots on the ground in that industry, considering the shortage. So I'm curious if they're actually currently in the position or they are anticipated to be funded for this fiscal year.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance.
In our need but tapgot init palihimat kanong tabra about the hugay tapgot RCMP Commission tahuga tamna ang alitsira at palisi mawernik kan kanutin inar ta ingi fruktot kanutin piniyakpat
that aren't being put forward for a request. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Waikiki Center.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the approval process, it'd be nice to know, because, I mean, the government brings forward what they decide to accept a fund, but, you know, there's no input on the members with respect to these types of things. So in other words, if the RCMP institution said we need, for example, 18, and the government says we'll fund 9, and through partnership, obviously, all we know is the 9 that has been funded, and you're not hearing from the members or input from the members saying, no, we would like to see the 18 because, for example, there might be more needed based on the needs prescribed by the RCMP, not members. Again, members aren't in the position of staffing or pointing out where RCMP people should go, but you know, be excited to hear that those needs are being met. I mean, we are well aware of what happened today, or most of us are aware of what happened today in Sigachik, and we can understand the strain of the resources, you know, be it the support and services in the regional centers. So that's why.
tapgot 9 in our palihimaling neaktut aglan tamna himilyaro kuyanak
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Waikiki Center. Member.
Is there any reason why the Minister of Justice couldn't answer that today, considering he's literally a very good folded paper plane throws away? I mean, I could, you know, I mean, he's right in front of me. Is there any reason he couldn't answer that question?
I think at this time we're just going to continue on with the questioning to the Minister on the subject line item. I'm going to go back to Waikiki Center. Do you want to have a question for the Minister of Finance? Thank you.
I think my question was, can she provide that information then if she's not willing to pass it on to the Minister? Thank you.
I want to go to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chair, we'll certainly look into it and seeing if we can find out from the Department of Justice what the history of this ask is and whether or not there was any denials. Mr. Chair, it is a supplementary appropriation request, so I am trying, having been admonished many times to stay within the boundaries of what the parameters are by the Speaker and now by yourself. I'm simply trying to stick to the boundaries of the supplementary appropriation request, but I made quite a lengthy number of commitments to give additional departmental operational information to members, and I'll certainly can add this one in to determine whether or not there were any requests for more officers that were not agreed to by the government of the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Waikiki Center to the line item. Thank you.
I'll gladly accept that update. Thank you.
kuyanak tayo na kiuman na kunakok kuyanak tapkat inawarnin nalakto naktuta kanok leka ikot hapernyak kiro kanok piyakkala na piyakkalinertot nagalunin hakungnertot nakung tromika kanok tapkat palihimanik tain havangnertonik kanok tapkat inaward pivat kanok kuyanak tapkat RCMP kuta kanok leka tabra pinyaktot palihimat tabra palihimanik kanok inawar ni pinyaktot tabra palihimat tapkat iliniyakait humilya ka inawar ni tapkat tapkat kanok kanok tutkikarnek patit kanok pinyak patit inaward aimavim ni pichut palihimaichut kuyanak kanok kanok havakkalwakait tabra nine tun palihimat pinyakait tapkot tapkununa inawar nun
Justice Policing Services not previously authorized, $841,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure, number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Justice. Total department not previously authorized, $1,365,000. Is there any questions? Don't see no hands. Does the committee agree? Committee will now consider the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs on page 13. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure, number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Directorate, not previously authorized, $55,153,000. Is there any questions? Oh, there's a question. I'm going to go to the member. Must be getting tired. From Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You'll learn my region eventually. It's fine. Could the minister please provide more detail about what this funding is comparative to I assume was the evacuations for flooding and fire? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That assumption is correct. There's an amount here reflecting the 2022 flood, as well as an amount here reflecting the 2023 wildfires. They, just to be clear, don't include necessarily, or they don't include the firefighting suppression costs that would have been incurred by ECC, which is part of a separate request we've seen. But this is for the emergency amounts that were incurred under, as I said, both 22 and 23 for those two events in MACA. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the minister please delineate those two amounts for those 2 years, 2022 being flood and 2023 being fire? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, in 2022, actually, these aren't the details I have right in front of me here. Let me see if I could just have a moment. Sorry, so we're looking at breaking the amount down here that's before you, Mr. Chair. 475,000 is the request that's still remaining under the 2022 flood. There's been a number of previous budgetary requests. I should back up for a moment and note that the department they're not appropriate as a base budget in order to do disaster response and recovery, because obviously historical events vary wildly. That's the nature of a disaster and of an emergency. So they're base funded to support emergency response in terms of organizing the emergency work, but not necessarily to respond to the individual event. So as I was saying, 475,000 is helping to clean up what was remaining from 2022. 2023 wildfires right now, the request is at 54,678,000. I'm getting tired too. $54.6 million. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the member from Gristleaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is an insignificant detail, but when folks look at this in the public, it helps. So it's my understanding then that the Emergency Management Organization sits in the Directorate, and that's what this funding is for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, I believe that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. I go back to the member of Gristleaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Any further question? Okay, thank you. Continuing on, the supplementary estimates operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Municipal Community Affairs Directorate, not previously authorized, $55,153,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates operational expenditures number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, total department not previously authorized, $55,153,000. Is there any questions? See no hands. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Members, there's a schedule on page 14 to 16 that details that supplementary reserve impact. This schedule is not a votable item and is included as information only. Are there any questions on the schedule? Go to member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, is the government compliant with its own fiscal responsibility policy after, okay. Is the GNWT currently compliant with its own fiscal responsibility policy after the impact of these supplementary appropriations, given that the reserve is in significant deficit? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I mean, in this exact moment we're compliant, but depending on where the final numbers come in at the end of the fiscal year and all reconciliations and accountings are complete, if we are running a deficit, there could become, you do a complete calculation in terms of the available balance to provide for the 50% of capital funding. If the deficit becomes too significant, there is a risk that we would be offside of that in terms of not meeting the 50%. However, within that policy, there is a 2-year timeline within which, if there is an occasion where we come offside of one of the provisions, not only that of providing for 50% capital, but including if we were, for example, to go over on the percentage of interest, which we are not. But if there is one of those events that occur, that we have a 2-year timeline within which to put ourselves back in compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go back to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Are there any lessons learned about how the GNWT approaches the supplementary reserve, given the volatility related to spending due to increased instances of natural disaster? We know, I mean, everything we're thinking about this upcoming fire season, and presumably flood and perhaps famine and plague, is going to be bad. So, yeah, it's positively biblical. So if we know this is coming, are we adjusting how we budget our supplementary reserves to take into account that, so we're not in the situation where we're significantly depleting the supplementary reserve, which of course has an impact on how the government manages its debt and infrastructure spending as well. And with the changes that have been recently announced, that's going to be even more of a delicate subject, with 100% of funding having to come from operational surpluses. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the Minister of Finance.
Well, that's a dark note on which to end the evening, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. So we don't, the supplementary reserve is a tool by which the budgeting process is meant to look at having some additional funding available for the emergent expenses, more like the contracts that get signed off cycle and for which there may be a contribution component, things that emerge, opportunities that come up where the department might need to, expend funds beyond, like a deficit of the MTS, for instance. It's really not meant as an emergency fund per se. So I'm conscious of the point being made that this is speaking to whether or not we have the fiscal capacity to plan for emergency response. And I would agree that there needs to be fiscal capacity to deal with an emergency response. I can say back with COVID, we did increase the sup reserve significantly during COVID because of the extraordinary nature of that and the fact that it was known going into that second year that there would be those overages. But while it may well be that this coming summer season is biblical, it may well be that it's not quite such a tome, and that it may be something lesser. So again, the sup reserve is meant to be the tool. It's not meant to be something that departments can count on. It's not meant to encourage departments to come back. It really is supposed to reflect our fiscal capacity, and it hasn't increased since 2019-20 when it went from 20 to 35 because our capacity hasn't increased. Which again is not to say that we wouldn't necessarily need more fiscal capacity in the form of an operating surplus from which we could draw emergencies. So that we were projecting $178 million in an operating surplus back at the beginning of the 23-24 season. Obviously that got eaten up over the course of the summer, but that's where we found that cushion was within that type of fiscal planning. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, luckily, the night is always darkest before the dawn, so I'm hoping that we can move forward from tough times into brighter ones. But I think maybe the minister can do the public a service as well, because I think during the EVAC circumstances, there was a lot of discussion around like depleting the operational surplus, which left the government broke, for lack of a better word. And so can we draw a distinction between the supplementary reserve and the operational surplus, and why they are relevant to one another but not intrinsically linked or the same thing? Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to go to Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that question. So the supplementary reserve is something in the operations budget that gives $35 million available for those unexpected things that come through as part of the supplementary appropriations process. And as I mentioned earlier, there are roughly 4 supplementary appropriations processes that go on through the year. So it's fully expected that we will have SUPs, or supplementary appropriations. That's normal. Not everything happens neatly in advance of the February budget cycle. But at the same time, you want to make an effort as a government to plan these things out so that we aren't having to come back. So keeping it at 35 million over the last few years, again, barring the COVID event, is meant to reflect, that this isn't meant to just be a slush fund. It should be something that has, and it does have specific parameters in the financial administration manual about when the departments can come back. The operating surplus and the main estimates, that is where we budget an amount that allows a surplus, not as an overall surplus. There's still the department or the government of the Northwest Territories is still running a debt, but it gives us the ability to pay for the capital plan. So, and part of what we're hoping to do now is actually use that budget in a way that we can spend 100% of our dollars to pay for our capital plan rather than 50%, which is what's in the fiscal responsibility policy. When we went into the summer season and expended all the money that we had to support the wildfires, that came from the operating surplus. That's where that money was kind of coming out of. And we are now looking at, having gone through that, puts us either at zero or at a slight bit of a deficit. Pretty common for governments to run deficit budgets overall. We just typically hadn't done that, and that's not normally how we do it, but that is quite common that governments obviously can run deficit budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake. Is there any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a pleasure engaging with the witnesses. Nothing further.
Is there any further questions? Seeing no further questions, as this is not a votable item, we will continue on. Committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table documents 29-20 brackets 1 supplementary estimates operational expenditure number 4 2023-2024? I'd like to call on member from Inuvialuktun.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress. No, we're not yet. Oh, I thought that was done out. Sorry, I did that out. Apologies.
Withdraw.
Apologies. I thought I did the committee motion outside of Mr. Chair. Apologies. I move that consideration of table document 29-20 bracket 1 supplementary estimates operations expenditures number 4 2023-2024 be now concluded, and that the table document 29-20 bracket 1 be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know why I was thinking I did that out of committee.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? That motion is carried. Table document 29-20 brackets 1 will be reported as ready for consideration in the formal session through the form of appropriation bill. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us, and thank you to all the members for participating in this process. Thank you.
Taiko parak kai kafe. Ikayok yung tam na minita ka manini ka munakri. Kuyanak.
Ani yat kilam takonak sodik.
Inuvialuktun. Kuyanak. Time after.
My goodness.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. I will now rise and report progress. Mr. Speaker, your committee has been consideration table documents 29-20 brackets 1 and would like to report progress and pass one motion and and that consideration table documents 29-20 brackets 1 is concluded and the House concur in those estimates and that an appropriation bill to be based thereon be introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee of the whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder for the report of the Committee of the Whole. Member from Yellowknife South. Gentlemen, the motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion has been carried and the report of Committee of the Whole has been concurred with. Good job, Minister of Finance. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thought I was done for the day. All right. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that Bill 5, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Infrastructure Expenditures Number 3, 2023-2024 be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. Those all in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvialuktun Lakes, the member for Nunakput, the member for Tunaday Welladay, the member for Satu, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Thabacha.
All those abstaining, please stand. Thank you. The results of the recorded vote are 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstaining. The motion is carried and Bill 5 has had its third reading. Third reading, oh, sorry, is that right? Third reading of bills, third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, February 28, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer, Minister Statements, Member Statements, Returns to Oral Questions 62-20 bracket 1, Recognition of Visitors in the Gallery, Acknowledgements, Oral Questions, Written Questions, Returns to Written Questions, Replies to the Commissioner's Address, Reports of Committees on the Review of Bills, Reports of Standing and Special Committees, Petitions, Tabling of Documents, Notices of Motion, Motions, Motion 20-20 bracket 1, and Motion 21-20 bracket 1, Notice of Motion for First Reading of Bills, First Reading of Bills, Second Reading of Bills, Bill 3, Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Minister Statement 4-20 bracket 1, Minister Statement 5-20 bracket 1, Minister Statement 17-20 bracket 1, Minister Statement 24-20 bracket 1, Report of Committee of the Whole, Third Reading of Bills, Orders of the Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, February 28, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.